this meeting today is for you, right? We're already in the deal. We already have the Kool-Aid in our system. We're just going to introduce you to a new flavor of Kool-Aid today, okay? So this is just about information. You're under no pressure. It's just a group of crazy entrepreneurs all getting together, having a good time this morning. So the way today's going to work is we're going to do a little presentation on SendOutCards itself. We'll then take a little bit of a break so you guys can mix and mingle. And then for those guests that want to stay till after that, we're going to come back 15 minutes later and we're going to do some trainings. I have a guest speaker in the house today, Maurice Domino. You guys know Maurice?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then we're going to talk about some really cool, exciting things that SendOutCards has coming up. I can tell you, I think I'm the only one in the room who has seen the back of the card editor. I gotta tell you, have you guys heard about this, that we're gonna be able to do the back of the card?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna explain exactly how that happens. I have to say, the second I got off the phone, I was in the middle of the presentation having seen it, and I was texting Hank, because I know out of everybody, Hank is gonna be able to use this from a marketing perspective, like most of us can. So I'll explain how that's gonna look. I don't have a date for you, but we'll turn the cameras off and we'll talk about it. Cool. So we'll come back, and this afternoon we're going to talk more from a training perspective. We're going to talk about some social media stuff. We're going to talk about relationship marketing. We're going to really talk about the meeting infrastructure and how to build this business. Okay. So let me just say, let me give a huge shout out to Kathy Rickley up here. Kathy, brand new manager in SendOutCards. Make sure I'm out there. So here's the interesting thing. You guys know that 2 out of 3 Eagles live in Las Vegas. We have a huge team out of Las Vegas and absolutely 0 activity happening in Las Vegas. So Kathy said, you know what, we're going to get something going in Las Vegas. And so she set up a meeting in a hotel room, a great little hotel. It was not a whole lot of effort to get the hotel set, although it probably was behind the scenes. So I literally am in my car, and I'm over in Las Vegas every Tuesday night at 5:30 until that meeting gets infrastructure up and running. Let me tell you the results. In the last 2 weeks, we've had no less than 10 MDs join SendOutCards as a direct result of that meeting. Kathy herself, I think, has had a total of 7 guests or 8 guests in the room. 8 guests, I think, in the room. And 6 of them are now MDs, and 1 of them is a customer.
Awesome.
Meetings work, right? What makes them work is the energy of all of us together. Whether you have a guest or not, the more energy we have in the room, the better off it is. So, guests, we're so excited that you're here. Today is for you. No. So a couple of things just logistically. Bathrooms are downstairs. If you need to use the restroom, we have a break. I'm going to tell you there are only 2 restrooms, so use accordingly. I say that on breaks, what will end up happening is there'll be a big line down there. So if you need to use the restroom, just go downstairs. Here's the thing about these restrooms, they automatically lock. So there's no lock on the door, so don't let that freak you out. You don't need to have a friend stand outside and hold watch. But that being said, when you leave the bathroom, please don't shut the door, because it will lock. Okay? So bathrooms are down there. We're going to take a break at noon and have some lunch. We're going to do pizza, we got chips, and I think we'll try to get some sort of greens. I have all kinds of greens from every network marketing and direct sales company. So if you need nutrition of any kind, energy drinks of any kind, we got you covered. So we'll take that at lunch. Before we do that, I want to just see a show of hands. How many people are staying for lunch? We will be done, by the way, like out the door, locked and gone by 2 o'clock today. Gone. Okay? So who's staying for lunch? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Awesome. Oh. Dean, be careful. Wherever you are, be careful. Our liability insurance policy does not yet account for 1982 boom boxes. Wow. So once we come back from break, we'll also do recognition, including the golden mailbox, which I'm really excited to bring back. I'll explain how all of that works as well. And you guys might notice that all of you that are distributors are wearing a red name tag. All of our guests are wearing a blue name tag. That's a very specific reason we want to be able to do that. We want to highlight the guests. So if you see somebody that has a blue name tag on, go introduce yourself and make them feel welcome, see if they have any questions, and help them. Capiche?
Capiche.
I don't know if that's the right signal. Is it? Okay.
Perfect.
Awesome. So I want to take the first 35, 40 minutes and just roll through a SendOutCards presentation. This is my, I don't know how to shut the, I think that's my Facebook thing.
Is that your phone or your computer?
No, it's my computer, but the Facebook notifications are on. That's what's going to keep beeping.
Mute.
That's okay. We can't mute. We have a video in the presentation. So we got it all covered. It's all under control, I promise. Two other quick announcements, and I'll have more after the break. April 30th, we will be having an evening with Jordan Adler and myself. So Jordan's flying into town. We're going to do a Thursday evening meeting, and it will be in this room unless we sell more than 50 tickets. If we sell more than 50 tickets, we'll move it to a hotel. Okay? I will tell you this about Jordan and I. We've already started talking about this. Whoever brings 3 guests to that meeting, everybody that brings in 3 guests to that meeting will go into a drawing, and that drawing will have a grand prize of, it'll be a private coaching session with Jordan. It'll be a $100 bill signed by Jordan and Cody. It'll also include, I think we're going to do 20 or a big bundle of his book, Beach Money. It'll be huge. So April 30th, we'll do a big guest event. I want to call it Guestapalooza, but that's me. We will then have Super Saturday the following Saturday, so it'll be like May 9th. I think that's the day. It's either May 9th will be the Super Saturday, and then the following Super Saturday in June, we have a very, very special high-level guest, Steve Schultz, who I'm not allowed to say yet, who is going to be...
Can you back the tape up there just a second?
Yeah.
Slowly.
Let's go to the clip. We're working on getting Steve Schultz in town for that weekend. It's just we're just working on scheduling. That will roll us into June. We then have convention in September. Here's the deal, guys. LA, we're being watched by corporate as a region, not only for convention purposes, but who's coming up through the ranks as new leaders inside of SendOutCards, who's doing activity. There's no reason with 12 million people here, we should be driving to Vegas every Tuesday to go watch a meeting go off. Right? I mean, I enjoy it. Bruce drives over to Vegas. I enjoy Las Vegas, don't get me wrong. But when we have meetings going on here weekly, these weekly meetings roll into Super Saturdays. Those Super Saturdays roll into the bigger region. So we have a meeting. Mary does a meeting up in Valencia every Monday night. We do Las Vegas Tuesday night. Wednesday night we do one in here. Thursday night they're starting one up in Marina del Rey. And soon we will have a Sunday afternoon meeting as well. So the idea is that we create all these little meetings and they roll into bigger meetings. I'm going to tell you this. Up until I would say 2 months ago, we were not a meeting cultured company. That's my phone. I'm just creating all the distractions.
Bathrooms downstairs.
We are absolutely a meeting culture from this point forward. It works. We've got a lot of great stuff coming up. And I think if you get people here, especially business owners, I come from a business perspective, we'll have a lot of success. So what I want to do is, I want to unplug this before, Bruce, will you help me? Unplug the, take the screen down so that people can't see, open my Facebook thing, and just, I'm just afraid that.
Slide. For those who have never used a projector.
Just close out. Oh, yeah. I'm going to tell you, do you guys want to hear a funny story?
Yeah.
And I swear I'm not joking. Can I just be totally honest with you guys, and we're all adults in here? Because I'm going to get fairly foul for a second.
Only for a second?
Only for a second. So check this out. So I'm going to demonstrate our phone app later. And Steve and Vanessa and Cody asked if I would record us doing the phone demonstration in Las Vegas last week so they could use it because we don't have a good recording. So I start doing the phone app demonstration. I'm doing it. We've got the whole camera going. I'm going to show you how we can put it up on the screen, the whole deal. And as I'm doing it, I notice that what my screen wallpaper is a statue, a totem pole statue that I took while I was in Hawaii.
Oh.
Okay, now, Hank has already gathered, but in Hawaii, the statues there are well endowed. Which showed up right next to the SendOutCards app button. So I had an absolute panic attack inside the room, and we had Baba Betty and Golden in the room, we had Jordan in the room, we had Anson in the room, we had all these people in the room, and it was quite funny. So, with that being said, thank you.
How did you get out of that?
We recorded it, and I told them that we're going to re-record it today. So we'll re-record it this morning.
Technical difficulties.
Yes. So I am really excited to bring up our presenter for the business presentation and opportunity portion of this morning. Dean and Carolyn are out of Orange County. Dean is amazing, and if you've ever watched Dean do a presentation, he's absolutely amazing at it. So I asked him if he would be willing to come up and do the first part of this morning's meeting. He's a senior manager, you guys, absolutely unbelievable guy. And I have to write his name up here because, well, because I just keep wanting to say llama. And so I have to write it up here as a cue. So, you guys, huge round of applause. Give it up for Dean Gialamas.
How's everyone doing today?
Good.
Very good.
Good, good. It's really an honor to be here. I mean, those of you that know Casey, I mean, he's like the stage master, right? And whenever somebody like him invites you to his stage, that's kind of like a cool thing, right? So I'm very, very honored to be here this morning, so thank you. I'm sorry to disappoint you right off the bat. I have no totem poles in my presentation, so you just have to bear with me on this one, okay? What I plan on doing is giving you a little bit of an overview about SendOutCards, and I want to thank all of you for being here today because the things that I'm going to tell you about this morning are going to have a significant impact on your life. And I can say that because they've had one on mine and ours. SendOutCards has changed what we do from a financial standpoint, it's changed what we've done from an emotional standpoint, and I want to share that same level of energy with all of you. SendOutCards is really transforming, in a very positive way, energy around the world. And you'll see and you'll feel that as I go through this presentation. Now, I don't have to tell you that we live in a somewhat negative world, right? If you want proof of that, just turn on the evening news and spend an hour, or actually waste an hour of your time watching the news. You'll figure that out really quickly. But what SendOutCards is doing is changing that. We're bringing this idea of a revolution of kindness, right? Through our cards and gifts. So what I'd like all of you to do for me for a quick moment is just to close your eyes, and I'm going to take you through a little exercise, okay? So you don't have to worry, and no one's going to be judging, you don't have to announce anything at the end, but I just want you to close your eyes for a minute, and I want you to think that if you, or you and your spouse, or you and your significant other had financial independence, how would that change your life? Now, I want you to picture one thing in that financial independent world, that one very important thing in life that would mean more to you than anything else. Everybody have that little image in their mind? Okay, you can open your eyes now. Let me ask you this. If I could show you a way to turn that thought, that one thing into reality, with simply getting paid for being nice to people, would you be interested for listening to me for a few minutes? Okay, apparently we all didn't go to rehearsal recently, so let me ask this question.
Yes.
Okay, so we're about to close your eyes, right? We open your eyes. Go to the next slide. Here comes, folks, right? Here's the question. If I can show you a way to turn that thought into reality by simply getting paid for being nice to people, would you be interested?
Yes!
Thank you! Of course you would, right? Let me tell you a little bit about SendOutCards. So SendOutCards was founded in 2003. We're headquartered in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we are a member of the Direct Selling Association. And Cody Bateman is our founder and CEO, and he had a vision, and his vision was twofold. One, to take the greeting card and gifting business and convert it from a traditional brick and mortar environment into what we've called the click and order environment, right? Taking it from a traditional store and making it into an accessible from anywhere online system. The second thing he's done is he's created a financial independent tool, okay? We've created many, many millionaires through SendOutCards, people who are receiving residual income, passive income. This is money, folks, that you get without having to go to work every day, right? I don't know about you, but I have a full-time job. And so if I don't show up to work, maybe for a couple weeks I might get away with it, but after a while, I'm kind of done, right? There's no more money in that coffer. Well, SendOutCards is changing that. And if you think about companies that we've experienced like Amazon or Netflix or iTunes, they've changed the way the world deals with commerce. When you look at Amazon, my gosh, you can literally order anything from anywhere on a computer or a mobile device, ranging from what they started with books, then expanded to music. Now you can order groceries, you can order products, whatever you want. You can have it shipped wherever you want. What about Netflix, right? Not very many blockbusters around anymore, not very many movie stores anymore. Why? Because it's on demand. We want things right away. Now, where do the profits from Netflix go? To Netflix, yeah, right? I mean, they're the ones who've taken the income, right? And then iTunes. iTunes has changed the way we deal with music. We don't buy CDs anymore. We don't even buy vinyl or albums anymore. What do? We go online and we buy the actual song we want. But who gets that profit? iTunes does, right? Steve Jobs and all the others that have created what they have. So what these companies have done, these are billion-dollar companies. The one thing these companies have done is they have what we call collapsed inefficiencies in the marketplace. They've taken an idea and changed it, revolutionized it in a way that allows them to capitalize, based on dollars, how income from these companies are being used, right? They collapse the inefficiencies because we can order anytime, anywhere. What about greeting cards? I don't know about you, but this is what I find more often in my neighborhood. I go up to a greeting card store and it's closed. And what do I have to do? I have to go to the grocery store. So I got a choice between a greeting card and dog food, right? Because they're right next to each other in the grocery store. I mean, how much of a quality card can you get? Well, if you think about what SendOutCards has done as an online click and order environment, we've taken what was a traditional brick and mortar environment, we've collapsed the inefficiency, and we have created an ability to order amazing cards and gifts online anywhere. But here's the difference. Where do you think the profits go? They can go to you. That's exactly right. And that is the difference between the change that these other billion-dollar industries have done and SendOutCards. You can have the opportunity to have those profits going into our pockets, right? SendOutCards, from my point of view, is the perfect business. And it's the perfect business for the following reasons. Number one, there is absolutely no inventory. You don't have to have a room or garage full of stuff that you've got to worry about, right? Some of you have been involved in direct sales. You know you have to have a bunch of stuff, and then you have to have essentially a room that you give up with inventory. There's none of that. There's absolutely no delivery issues because once somebody orders it, it's shipped direct to where it needs to go. There's absolutely no worry about hunting people down, making payments, because it's all taken care of up front. People use what we use as a point system. You buy points up front, and that's what you use to buy cards and gifts. There's absolutely no risk involved because it's an easily attainable business. And for those of you who have owned a business, you'll understand this as I talk a little bit more about it. The great thing is there's no employees, and if there's no employees, that means there's no employers, right? No bosses to worry about. Why? Because you are your own boss. This is the true aspect of being and running an entrepreneurial business. You decide how much you want to put into it. Now that's a very dangerous statement, folks, okay? And I'm going to say that again. That's a very dangerous statement to say it depends on what you put into it. Because the reality is, you work hard, you'll make it well. You don't want to work hard, you're not going to make it well. You got to put the work and effort into the business, but you can do it. Let me tell you a little bit about me so you know why I got started in this business. My wife, Carolyn, is in the back. This is... These are some of the great things that we've been able to do. I mean, we've taken great vacations, great opportunities. We got started in this business because I got sent a card that was from SendOutCards, and I thought, wow, this is really cool. I wonder how somebody does this. And we found out it was an online thing. And we are card senders. So much so that I used to order actual custom card stock that was pre-folded and scored, I had 15 and 20-inch wide printers at home that I would print our own cards out because I liked printing my own custom cards. So we were already card crazy, right? And as card producers. And when I can find a way that I don't have to buy equipment and printers and paper, and I can actually get it done at a high-end ability and do it online anywhere, I was like, I'm in. So Carolyn went and signed us up, I thought, as a customer. So she went, and Carolyn already had 2 businesses of her own. I told you I'm a full-time employee. I'm a government employee. I work for a crime lab, okay? So I work in CSI, so for those of you, wondering what I do. And I used to also send cards to my employees because I used to like to recognize, achievements and promotions. Maybe if there was a death in the family, I sent a sympathy card, or there was a birth in the family, kind of join in the celebration of a birth of a child. And so we were already sending a number of cards a month, but we wanted this easier way to do it. Carolyn went to sign up, and she came back and she said, do you know that this is an amazing business opportunity? She goes, so I signed up as a marketing distributor right there on the spot. Of course, I'm thinking, you've already got 2 home-based businesses. Why, we need another one now, really? So we kind of went along and we said, all right, let's see if we can make this work. So we decided, well, you know what if we can just get a few people to join us and maybe they'll feed our habit, right? We were already addicted to card sending. It was our drug. And like every druggie, you're a tweaker, right? You got to have an income to produce it. So our income was like, can we find more people that want to send cards to help feed our habit of sending cards? And we did that. But then the business started to grow some more. And then all of a sudden we're like, wow, you know what? We're actually making an entire car payment now with some of the income we're getting. And then the business is growing some more. And then we're like, wow, you know what? We're hitting like a consistent 4-digit income every month now. That's really helping the financial situation, right? So this business has been growing and growing. It's been a slow, steady process, right, with effort and input. We've been involved for about 3 years, and we absolutely love this. At the rate we're going with the activity we have, our goal is to now create that point where it's not just providing a car payment, it's providing the house payment, and soon after that, it'll be providing my retirement check, which means that I don't have to work into my 60s. I can retire much earlier with that passive income. Yeah, and amen, absolutely. Right? I'm ready. I'm ready now, just not financially, but emotionally I'm ready, right? So that's a little bit about us. So you may be thinking, wow, like, okay, that worked for Dean and Carolyn, but can it really work for me? Well, of course it can. For God's sakes, I'm a government employee, I work full time. If I can do it, okay? Secondly, you might be thinking, well, what would I have to do to make this work, right? How can I actually do this myself? Well, we're going to give you the tools, and we're going to give you the support group to do it. But let me show you the 3 ways that you can actually make money and send out cards. The first is, if you're a business owner or you operate a business where customers are an important aspect of what you do, one of the first great tools that SendOutCards can be used for is this idea of relationship marketing, right? It's the ability to connect with and build relationships with customers and clients, present and future, so increasing sales and profits simply by using the system, okay? On a personal level, you can switch the terms from sales and profits to building relationships with people who are important in your life. Number 2, you can just simply share the system with others. Because as you start to share the system, people are going to go like, I did, wow, that's really cool. How can I do that? Can I send a card too? Yes, you can. And then as you continue in this process, you might actually start to build people around you who want to do the same thing. And as you build a team around yourself, you'll find that as they use and share the system, all those ties, right, raise ships at the same time. So you and everyone around you will enjoy the benefit of that business level activity. So let's take a look real quickly at increasing sales and profits. From a business standpoint or a relationship marketing standpoint, what would that look like? Well, first off, SendOutCards is, in my view, the ultimate in sophistication, right? We take a very high-tech way of creating a personal touch to an environment. If you think about it, really, sending handwritten notes and cards is kind of like old school technology, but we're putting it in modern technology tools, right? Because we can do it from anywhere, anytime, even from your smartphone. SendOutCards will print the card, stuff it, stamp it, address it, insert it into an envelope, and send it to the post office, and have it sent by first-class mail, all for just 93 cents plus postage. Cheaper than the dollar store, folks. cheaper than the dollar store for a custom created card that can include your own pictures and your own handwriting. You just can't beat it. It's the best customer appreciation and customer retention tool program that exists in this world. There's nothing else like it that exists right now. We sent 120 million greeting cards, 5 million gifts over the last 12 years. That volume is so much that SendOutCards is the #1 consumer of the United States Postal Service for first-class mail. And you may never have even heard of that company. For those of you that have businesses, I don't need to tell you that retaining a customer is challenging. Gaining new customers can be even harder. But did you know that the cost of retaining a customer is really only 10% of the cost of acquiring a new one? Because there's so much effort and emphasis put into bringing someone else on board that it's actually cheaper for you to just retain and keep those who are with you happy and let them be your advertising. That's the word of mouth philosophy, right? This is statistically what word of mouth means. A 5% improvement in your customer retention can equate up to an 85% increase overall in your long-term profits. That's a huge number to remember because it changes the way people think about doing business. 68% of customers leave a business because they feel or perceive an indifference. Now you may be thinking, okay, well I'm not in business world. How many of you have ever left a job before? Worked somewhere and left? What were some of the reasons why?
Boss sucked.
Boss sucked. You're going to hear a consistent theme.
Underappreciated.
Underappreciated.
Unethical.
Unethical. You know, most people don't necessarily leave for pay, which is translated to customers the same thing. Customers will pay more if they feel like they're being appreciated. If they feel like they're getting something reciprocal in a relationship with someone else. So the same reasons that you've already experienced in your everyday world apply right into the business world when it comes to net profits. And building those relationships, keeping customers happy in the sense of feeling appreciated is one of the keys. And SendOutCards is the tool, not a tool, but the tool to do it with. Look at Walt Disney. Do what you do so well that they will want to see it again and bring their friends. Let's take a look at a little industry from real estate.
I'm a full-time realtor in the Cincinnati, Kentucky area. This short video clip will change the way you do real estate business and increase your business in ways you will not believe. To be successful in real estate, you need two things: listings and referrals. Referrals have never been easier. Since I've joined SendOutCards, my clients' first card they get in the mail at their new house is a classy greeting card with a picture of them in front of the house they just purchased. On the inside is a thank you note thanking them for their business with another picture of the owner and his daughter. I'll compare that with a thank you letterhead that I used to send. It's simple. Clients love getting pictures of themselves. They're keepsakes. They'll keep these. Typically they'll put them either on the mantle or they'll put them on their refrigerator. I'd like to show you one more card. This gentleman listed his property with me for $850,000. It sold a month later for $818,000. I received a $20,000 commission check. This is the card I sent Bill. Notice there's a gift card to Home Depot. I always include a gift card, and you can do that with SendOutCards. A gift card to Home Depot for $50 or $100. My clients love getting these cards. Listings. How do you guys go after listings? Let me show you what I used to do before I joined SendOutCards. This is the exact mailer that I used to use, either mail or drop off to a for sale by owner to get listings. Notice it has pictures of me and my team on the front with information why they should consider listing with Jim McCord. For expireds, I sent this, or dropped this off the day it expired. Same thing, your listing has expired with a photo of me on the bottom. Now, pretty much all agents are doing something similar to that. What you need to do in this market is something completely different. Now let me show you what I've been doing since I joined SendOutCards. For sale by owners now get a classy greeting card with a picture of their house on the cover of the card. On the inside, information why they should consider listing with the McCord team, and another photo of the view from their house. Let me show you a two-family I went after just this past summer. This house was listed by two different agents prior to me. They got this greeting card in the mail, information on the inside, another picture of their house. They called me to list their house. This system works. In today's real estate market, you need to be different. You need to stand out from the crowd. Our buyers and sellers really don't care about pictures of me, pictures of you, information on our company. What they love getting is a custom greeting card with pictures of their house, their family, or pictures of themselves. Now these cards cost me a total of 93 cents plus postage. I don't print the card, I don't address the card, I don't even write on the inside of the card, stamp or mail the card. That's all done by the company, yet the handwriting on the inside of the card is in my handwriting. I create these cards in a couple minutes on my computer, hit send, the company does the rest. It's an unbelievable system.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. Now imagine, I mean, this is just one example, right, through real estate, but imagine any other type of business that you can use this in. Or relationships, right? Personal relationships that you have with your loved ones. With SendOutCards, we have an amazing card catalog. We've got over 18,000 cards that you can choose from in that catalog. In this system, it'll present you with reminders, so if you want to include special dates, anniversaries, birthdays, those kinds of things, not only will you get the reminder on the system when you log in, but you can set it up to send you an email, so you never have to worry about forgetting someone's special day. When you select a card, whether it's a card in the card catalog or whether you just want to create your own from scratch, you can import your own photos, you can span those photos, you can add your own text to it. As you just heard in the video, you can add your own handwriting to it, and in just a matter of minutes, you can have this card sent off with a gift that gets processed, printed, stuffed, stamped, mailed, inserted, and it goes to that special someone instantly. We also have a social page called Sincere. This particular product is very similar to a Pinterest, for those of you who are in social media aspects. So it's another card catalog that has about 50,000 cards in it. You can like them, share them, pin them, favorite them. The one thing that you can do with Sincere that you can't do with other social media platforms is you can send the card right from the system, and guess what? When you send it, you also get paid for it. That's pretty cool. So let's look at the second way you can make money. The second way is simply sharing the system with others, right? So we're card senders. We just invited people to our house. When we got started, the way it was very simple was, well, how do we introduce this to our friends? Because you don't want to go around trying to sell something to all your friends. Some people get a little nervous about that, and we call it commission breath, right? You kind of smell like you're selling something, and people are like, I don't know, right? So we just invited everybody over to the home. We had some snacks, a few wine bottles just to kind of mellow the mood a little bit, and told everybody, hey, we just got started in this new business, and all we want to do is we just want to get feedback from you. We're not selling anything. We're not even asking you to buy it tonight. We just want to show it to you and tell me what you think. What do you think happened?
What's it?
They were like, well, I want to do that though. I mean, it's cool, they gave us good feedback, but they're like, but what if I want to do it? Well, why don't you step right on over to our computer over here, just sign it right up. So it was really, really easy to get started. So if you think about all the different people you know, all the different industries that exist in and across, not just the United States, but internationally, right? People in the marketplace who can use a system like this just to share it, you're talking about huge, huge numbers that are untapped. I'm curious, for those of you who are guests in the room that had never heard of SendOutCards until walking in the room, let's say 2 or 3 weeks ago, before someone even invited you here, had you ever heard of SendOutCards? You probably didn't. And you know what? You're just like everybody else in the world that we interact with every day. There's an incredibly large, untapped market of people who don't even know what SendOutCards is. So unlike all the other products that are out there, the cool thing about SendOutCards is who can't use a card? It's not gender specific, it's not fitness related, it's not fill in the blank, only these categories of people. Everybody can use a greeting card. And guess what? Everybody loves to receive greeting cards. I don't know about you, but when you pick up the mail every day, right, you go to the mailbox, you bring it in, what's the first thing you look at?
Letters with stamps on them.
Things with stamps on them. Something that actually has your name on it, right? You're not going through, now the bills sometimes have stamps and your name on it, but what do we tend to do? You recognize that, right? If it's something with a window, it goes off to the side. Unless you know it's a check, and then you go for that first, right? But oftentimes it's the greeting card, and what typically happens is people will not just drop mail down, but they will actually go for that and open it and leave everything else aside. Why? Because the power of a greeting card captures people's attention. You know you're someone special when someone sent you a greeting card. This is what's so cool about using a system like this. And SendOutCards makes it convenient, as I just described. They never let you forget with the reminders, and it will save you money. You know, there's a lot of other direct sales and other products that you can get online, but there's not many that you can get online that are significantly cheaper than what you can buy it for in the store. And SendOutCards is one of those systems. Because we've all joined or heard of other types of programs where you get a product, but that product tends to be more than what you can get it for. Well, not with SendOutCards. In SendOutCards, you will earn, starting off, 20% on your preferred customer volume. So if you sign someone up for a preferred customer product, you'll earn essentially 20% commission off of that. That will carry through. So imagine if you had 10 customers that were averaging $800 a month. Businesses spend anywhere between $400 to $1,500 a month on advertising. So even if you just got a couple of businesses doing this, all of a sudden you could be seeing, and this is residual income, folks. This is just if they're doing this every month, this is what you get every month without any additional work. Okay? So you can see these numbers, $1,600 a month, $3,200 a month. You might be thinking, I don't know, that seems a little high. Okay, well, what if you just did half of that, right? I don't know about you, but if I had an opportunity to put another $800 a month into my income pool, would you not agree that's going to help out life a little bit? Maybe for some of us, it could be a change of life. For others, it could be the difference in life, right? That $800 or the $1,600 could be substantial. Substantial. And you can carry this through, and I'll show you some other examples of how we're able to do this. Now, the other way you can make money in SendOutCards is to work a little bit and let everybody else do the work. So you have two choices, right? Like everything in life, it's free will. It's all about choice. So in SendOutCards, you can go out and drum up the business yourself, or you can build a small team who is doing that work for you. When you go out and you recruit others to do what you do, and they go out and recruit others to do what you do, all of a sudden you're going to be building a team of people. Now imagine, if you will, having hundreds of people on your team, and every time one of these people go online and send a card and gift, you're getting paid, right? What you're hearing, yeah, you said thank you, I was going to say cha-ching, right? And I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but the reality is, this is what happens. As people are using the system, they're getting a great deal, they're adding significant value in their life and in their relationships and business, and yet at the same time, you're getting a small piece of that as well. That's taking that billion-dollar industry of cards and gifts, creating and capitalizing on the inefficiencies and creating an income pool that goes to you instead of to corporate America. That's what Cody's dream was, to build financial independence for all of us in the room. So how do you do this? Well, if this is you, what you'll do is you'll start with becoming a marketing distributor. And if in your first 7 days you can get 2 customers, we will provide your first $50 check, right? You get paid right away. And this is really easy, folks, because you can even give 2 of these, what we'll call gift packs away to just 2 customers. You don't even have to get anybody to commit to signing up at this point. Okay? Really easy to get your first $50. Then all you need to do is go out and ask 3 people to do the same thing that you're willing to do. Okay? Once those 3 people acquire their 2 customers, you're going to get paid a $140, what's called customer acquisition bonus. So you're going to get paid $140 for each person that joins the business and gets 2 customers with you. What will happen is, if you could do that, right, get 3 people, and then stop. And then those 3 people, you just help those 3 people go out and get 3 people, and then those 3 people help those 3 people get 3 people. If you do this to 7 levels, you'll have over 3,200 people in your organization, and your residual income check will be $15,349. Okay?
Cha-ching!
Yeah, thank you! Yeah, thank you! Cha-ching, right? Now you might be thinking, oh wow, how am I going to do that? Okay, let's just say you're really poor at getting people to sign up, and you can only make 10% of this, right? Because only doing 10% of effort at your job now is okay at work, right? So let's say you only did 10% of this. Would not that $1,500 make a difference in your life? I know it would for us, right? It provides all those extra little things that we can't do now. Maybe it helps pay off loans sooner. Maybe it allows us to achieve going on trips. Maybe it allows us to provide family experiences. Maybe it helps us care for a sick loved one. Whatever that situation is, that can easily make a difference in our lives. So at SendOutCards, you can promote 5 times. Okay? So you can go between a manager and Eagle, and when you do that, you'll get a different rate every time you bring on a new customer, a new distributor who gains their customers. So you'll get from $140 when you enter to $240 all the way out to $335 customer acquisition bonus for every person who joins the business that you personally sponsor. But here's the key. When those people go out and get more people, you get paid for those people as well, even though you may not have had anything to do with those others joining the business. So when people you bring on go out and bring other people on, you'll earn between $100 and $195 of a customer acquisition bonus for them. And you will still earn a commission based on your customer volume that comes in, and that will range anywhere from 2% all the way on up to 25%. And one of the unique things about SendOutCards is this is paid to absolutely unlimited levels. Many other programs stop at some level after you go so many levels deep, not SendOutCards. They will pay to unlimited levels. So becoming a marketing distributor is very simple. There's 2 ways to join. You can join with a refundable $50 deposit, or to get all the features that exist with being a marketing distributor, you could join for the $395. So for that $395, which is about $1 a day, you're going to receive all these things that are listed. So you're going to get our relationship manager program. You're going to have access to the entire card system and gift sending platform. You'll get the social media platform free. The mobile apps. You'll actually have a business site that helps you manage your own business. You're going to get your own website that's included in that. You'll have unlimited picture storage. You'll have a back office. You'll have training tools and customer support, access to videos to be able to show people. Some presentations are available online as well. And with that comes 100 bonus points to start your business that you can use to get that business going. And you're going to get 10 customer accounts. These 10 accounts have 25 points and 2 stamps to start your business right away. I mentioned earlier that you could just give 2 of these away and start your business. That's easy. Just find 2 people who you can give these away to, and you've met your first $50 requirement. Now, if you remember becoming a marketing distributor, I said if you can go out and get 3 people, you earn $140 a piece. When you add 50 times 140 times 3, that's $470. You can recoup your entire outlay, your entire risk of owning your own business by just going out and recruiting 3 people and your business is paid for. There's not very many businesses you can start in this world and do that and be even, right? Be in the black that quickly as you can with SendOutCards. SendOutCards is changing the lives of thousands of people all over the world, and we're well on our way to becoming a billion-dollar company. We're in 9 different countries besides the United States and expanding. As I mentioned, we are the #1 consumer of the United States Postal Service. We are the 3rd largest greeting card company in the world. And we're a debt-free company. And if that is not enough to convince you that SendOutCards is here to stay, I don't know what will. Because not many companies can boast that kind of level. Now don't take this personally, but SendOutCards is going to expand, is going to grow, and is going to create millionaires, whether you're a part of the process or not. But you're here for a reason, right? You don't want to be left out, and we don't want you to be left out either. We want you to be part of this process. We are going to become a worldwide household name in the near future, and we're poised to do that. We're building for massive growth, and we want you to be a part of that system. We've got an incredible support group, people that are here, not only in this room, but across the country as a community that are available to help you. And I love this quote from Richard Branson. You know, he's the owner of Virgin everything, right? I mean, just whatever, just fill in the blank, right? He just owns it all. But look, if someone offers you an amazing opportunity and you're not sure if you can do it, just say yes and figure out later, right? You'll figure it out. You'll figure out how to do it. The cool thing about SendOutCards is very simple. very simple process, a very simple explanation. So hopefully you're in one of these two categories, right? You either saw this presentation and now you're thinking, wow, I really would like to be nice to others and get paid for it. Or you may be thinking, well, you know what? I'm not ready to make that leap, but I'm ready to become a customer. I'm ready to make a difference in other people's lives by building relationships or building my own ability to access and create profits in my own network. So what we'd like you to do is, over the break in the next moment or two, Casey will come back up, get with the person who invited you here, let them know kind of where you sit, and hopefully, in short order, we'll be able to welcome you to our SendOutCards family. So, thank you very much.
In the Facebook group, if you want to go in and tag yourself in the comments there, that would be awesome. So did he do a good job?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to take a quick 12-minute break. We're going to start at exactly 10:15. So if you need to use a restroom, use a restroom. If you're a guest and your person that invited you here is in the room, have a chat with them. If you're ready to go, Janine over here has paper applications if you want to fill that out. We can get you signed up on the computer as well if you want. So we'll see you guys back in 12 minutes. So come on in, you guys. Grab a seat. I want to give a huge welcome to Maria. Maria is joining us this morning.
All because of me, thank you.
All because of me, right? Awesome.
Can we tape him and then I can just show him?
You know what? We did tape him.
Did you?
We did. So we will. We'll see what we can. We'll see what we can do about getting a copy of that. Cool. So I'd like everybody to take out your phones for a second and turn them on, but to vibrate or stun. Because this is my favorite part of the entire meeting, and this is where we get to recognize folks. So I'm going to encourage you to take tons of pictures, throw it up on Facebook, let the rest of Facebook, especially in our official group, know what's going on. Because, let's see, how do I say this nicely? We need to dominate. Right? There's another couple of small Super Saturdays going on around the country. And I really want us to be the dominant force on Facebook this morning. Cool?
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Not to be mistaken with this picture. Right? Which is kind of cool. If you guys get a chance to look at this, this is a card that Cody sent me actually. From being up in Salt Lake City. How many of you guys were up in Salt Lake with us? Right? It was an awesome time. So it's actually kind of funny. He put that, and then he put a couple of pictures of us in Salt Lake City. But can you imagine what happened when I opened this up at my house? I kind of went through the oh geez period. Okay, so we're going to do some recognition. But what I like to do when we do recognition is I like to use this recognition portion to explain the compensation plan at the same time. Okay. So Dean did a good job of going through the little kind of the beginning stages of the compensation plan, but now I like to recognize people based on how they get paid, and I'll use it to actually explain the compensation plan as well. Fair enough? Yes. Cool. So this is total participation, total energy time. We've got Ryan playing some music in the background. So the very first thing I want to be able to do is everybody that got a paycheck from March 1st to today, doesn't matter if it was a weekly or a monthly residual, if you received a paycheck, I want you to come on up here and get a payday candy bar. Yeah. Come on. Oh, I'm so sorry. $50 counts. You got a paycheck. Come on up. There you go. Come on. Come on. Whoa. You're on the step. We got pictures going. Come on up. We're sharing. Awesome. Come on up. We got Hank. We got Anson. These are really good candy bars. Come on. Yeah, exactly. Who do we miss? We got Paula, Ryan. Get up here, Steph. We got Bruce. You got a check too, didn't you? Oh, you're doing photos. Okay.
Robert's taking pictures, Bruce.
We got Robert taking pictures too. Bruce, get your candy bar. Okay, you guys, hold them up. Let's go. Woo! Awesome. Like this is awesome. Okay, sit down. We need the audience clapping now. Isn't it kind of cool when you can walk into a room and 85% of the people in the room are getting checks? Yes. That is just hot. That is just hot. Okay. So, one of the things that we do in SendOutCards is we like to recognize as many people as possible. So,
Trying to share my payday with you.
I'm getting all excited. Okay. So when you first join SendOutCards, you become what's called a marketing distributor. Okay? And inside that marketing distributor, what you're aiming to do is the first thing in the compensation plan is you want to invite 3 marketing distributors to join you in your organization. So 3 MDs. Okay, and you become a manager. Okay? Manager is the first rank advance. So if you remember when Dean put up that slide of residual and it had the $15,000 figure on it, while you're a marketing distributor, you're going to make 2% of all the volume of those first three people you bring in and their entire organization down 7 levels. Okay? That's where that slide comes from. Is that powerful? You guys can see that that was based on a 2% volume residual, correct? Okay? So, once you have 3 MDs that come on board, and they each get their 2 customers, right, or their 2 splash pack activations, you become a manager. Okay? Manager is the first advancement or promotion that we give you in SendOutCards. Manager is the building block of the entire operation, right? So if you just become a manager, and then what do you do the next month or the next thing? It's become a manager all over again. What do you do next time? Become a manager all over again. Which is just adding in groups of 3. Okay? So what we like to do is we like to recognize all of the managers in the room. Well, let's see, let's do this. If you are a manager in the room and you have not yet received your manager trophy, I want you to come on up. Managers that are managers in the room that have not yet received their manager trophy, come on up. Kathy, Richard. Now, Kathy, don't get too excited. Right? This is, so, here, let's do this. So, if anybody wants to take her.
Size doesn't matter.
Oh, edit
That was great.
So let me just say, this all of a sudden became not okay for corporate to use. So, Kathy became a manager by simply putting planting a flag in the ground in Las Vegas and saying, we're going to do a meeting. She invited some guests in, and she became a manager literally overnight. She had 1 distributor in her group. By the time we were done with the first meeting, she had rank advanced to manager and put in 2 additional people already in her manager code. She is well on her way. So Patty and Ricky, everybody. Awesome. Okay. Do we have any other managers in the room that have already received their trophy, but you're a manager? Awesome. You guys stand up. These are our other managers inside the room. Awesome. You know what, guys? Come on up. Let's do pictures. Let's do pictures. Bruce, will you pop? Come on up. Kathy, come on up. Woo! Needs to be a hell of a lot more of us up here, but...
We were looking at Bruce first?
Okay. Okay, awesome, you guys. Congratulations, you are our managers. Awesome. So the next rank advance, once you become a manager, now it gets really exciting. Okay? And the reason it gets really exciting, does anybody know what happens when you become a manager?
You get a raise.
You get a raise. Okay, so when you become a manager, I should probably have a better chart for this, but as a manager, instead of getting 140 like Dean talked about, now when you bring on somebody into your organization, you make how much?
240.
240 bucks. So you get a $100 per person raise or per distributor raise. Now, the super sexy part of this is when they bring on somebody, you make an additional 100 bucks. Which means that when Kathy brings in Juanita and her manager group, she makes 240. When Juanita brings in Mike, Kathy makes 100 bucks. Okay? Super sexy. Now, for me personally, can I just be honest with you guys and tell you exactly how I build and what my thought processes are?
Yep.
It'll be a little outside of corporate, but that's going to be okay because we can do what we want. We are Los Angeles after all. And we're going to all have to move into different states because we're going to not have any water in a year. So build outside of California now. Okay, so 2%, what do we make as managers?
5%.
What do we make as managers? 7%. That's a 300% raise on your residual. I'm going to tell you that for me, I only build this deal for residual. This money is trickery money, as far as I'm concerned. It's our way of tricking you into staying busy until your residual outpaces your weekly checks. It's pure trickery. Now, we like that, right? I like being tricked in this case. But at the end of the day, I'm far more interested in residual income than I am upfront money. That's just me. Okay? Now, what else happens when you become a manager? Mike? Splash. You now are qualified to participate in the global bonus pool. In my opinion, the global bonus pool is the #1 driver in this entire business. And I believe we as a field have not yet realized the power of what this does. Okay? So let me explain how the global bonus pool works. First off, you have to be a manager to qualify. Okay? This is a monthly pool, and what they do is they take 1% of the global customer volume. Okay, so global customer volume. So remember how Dean was talking about how you can have businesses sign up for $800, $1,600 a month? SendOutCards takes 1% of that and they simply divide it by the number of shares that have been qualified for. Okay? Now I'm going to tell you, because I build on residual, do you think I'm bringing on people at $31 a month or $39 a month? No, it actually does our customers a disservice by only signing them up for $39 a month if they're going to use 1,000 points a month. Because now they're going to have to call you, they're going to have to go through. It's a disservice, and so much of this business is mindset. I'm going to tell you, like I go in that Facebook group and I just crack up when I see someone say, I can't sign up a customer. I got to say, I can make the same post, different perspective. I can't sign up a customer. I don't know how. Barely, right? The only way I sign up customers is if they want to be a rep, but they want to try it out. I don't know. To me, it's a disservice to sign somebody up as a customer. So I don't know how. I certainly don't know how to sign somebody up for $9.80. Exactly. Okay? So they take 1% of the global bonus pool, and they just divide it. So there are a couple of ways that you can qualify for this bonus pool. What's the first way?
10 customers a month.
10 preferred customers. Okay?
3 MDs.
10 preferred customers at the $39 a month figure. Okay? That's the lowest rate for preferred customer. That's one share. What's the other way?
3 MDs.
3
With their
MDs.
customers.
Personally.
3 MDs with 2 customers activated.
Right.
Yes.
There's another way. Rank and
I know. Okay. I love it. Okay. And the third way
There's so much more.
is rank advance.
That's
Okay?
not the curve, huh?
You cannot use people twice. Okay?
What does that mean?
It means that if you are a close, let me say that. I have to find the details out on that. You can rank advance. I don't think you can use the same MD in 2 different categories. You can't use them to rank advance and as one of your 3.
That makes sense.
Okay, you can only use them once. So Kathy qualified because this is how we did it. She rank advanced, and then she brought on 3 reps. So she double splashed last month. Okay, well, we're going to recognize her in a second. But, so these are the 3 ways.
May I have a question?
Yes.
How did you sign up 1,000, someone with 1,000 points monthly on a subscription?
I went to buy points and expense and change their subscription.
Yeah, you can change the subscription to
Mhm.
anyhow.
You will, it's not a lot. So Mike just said it's a lot. For a chiropractor or for a life insurance agent or for a business that is really got a hold of this relationship marketing is 300, so 1,000 points is only 300 cards, that's 10 cards a day. Is that a lot?
No.
No.
It's not. Right? We have a chiropractor that uses 3,000 points a month. Businesses use the points. Does Aunt Mabel and Johnny Sixpack use that much? Right? They just don't. Right now it's okay to have Aunt Mabel and Johnny Sixpack in the business, but if you're looking at a volume usage, I'm going to move you towards bringing on businesses. Okay? Now, businesses are just my network of people. So and here's the thing. 1,000 points a month versus somebody that sells 100 points a month, just from leverage, that's equivalent to somebody signing up 10 customers.
Yeah.
So think of the leverage. Is it 10 times more work to sign up a business than a customer?
No.
No. We have a lot of people signing up customers. We can just make that shift. Might take a little bit more time, but the result is way more leveraged.
With the new pages now too, you can change the subscription.
Yeah, you can
amount.
change the subscription
So you don't even have to go in and change it. You can do it right there on the application.
right there on the app. Okay? We have to serve our customers, and Maurice is going to talk to us a little bit about maturity of message. And I can tell you right now, you want to write a big stage 3 on your note and circle it, and he'll talk about it in a second. Okay? So these are the 3 ways to generate a bonus pool share. Okay? So what I'd like to do is I'd like to recognize all the people that had a single share of the pool last month. A single share of the pool, which meant they either brought on 10 PCs, 3 MDs, or they rank advanced during the month. If you got a single share, come on up. You can come on up, you got a double, but wait, nobody else got a single share of the pool? Okay, that makes us lame. You guys.
Question is,
Yeah.
what about you?
I am one of the few people in the company that has qualified for the pool every single month since they started it. I just told you guys, in my opinion, this is the biggest driver of our entire business. So let me put this in perspective. So someone will say, well, Case, why do you need to do these meetings for people that aren't on your team? Because quite frankly, you guys aren't qualifying for the pool, which means all of the customers that you're signing up on, I'm getting paid on. This is why it's so important. Right? If Hank brings on, well, he's in my organization. So if Paula brings on a customer and she doesn't qualify for the pool, yes, she gets paid, but so do I. This is a huge driver, and now that they've made it so the splash packs don't count anymore, the share price doubled from last month. This is a huge, huge, huge driver, you guys. Huge driver. Okay? So, you're only allowed to get 2 shares of the pool in any given month. Okay? So, if you double splashed last month, come on up. So you get 2 things. You get a little medallion for yeah. I'm gonna let you put that on. Okay. Perfect.
It's a headband.
It's a headband. Okay. So here's the scoop. So because she double splashed, she gets a mini beach ball. Okay, and it is flat on purpose. Because what she's going to ask you to do is you can sign this before she blows it up. Maybe it's better to blow it up and then have her sign it. Okay. So we'll get a Sharpie. So just before when you see her, just sign it. It's just a little memento. Would it be cool to have a desk full of these where now people coming into your office can go, oh, what's that trophy? What's that medallion? What's that beach ball? It's just our little way. So Kathy, congratulations. Here's your beach ball. Okay, so once you become a manager, your goal at that point is to have how many in your business? 12. In that group, okay, this is a big distinction we need to make. In that group, meaning you become a manager, and then think of it like you start over. Those guys still build, but you start in your manager group. In SendOutCards, people use different languages: manager group, manager code, manager bucket, manager team. They all mean the same thing, which is once you became a manager, you start over and you need 12. How many of them have to be personally sponsored by you?
3.
3. Okay?
Can you do all 12?
You can. Great question. You absolutely can do all 12 yourself, or you can have these 3 bring in any variance. You could bring in 3. One of them could bring in 9, and you're a senior manager. Okay? So note, the next 12, 3 of them have to be by you. Everybody else can come either by you or by somebody else. Okay? So, what do we become when we hit that?
Senior manager.
Okay? So, senior manager. What do we make now? We give you another raise. So what do we make when we bring on somebody new in our senior manager group?
290.
290. And how much when they bring somebody in?
1.5.
150. Okay? Now, that's a little sexy, right? But let's talk what's really sexy. So remember we started as a distributor at 2%. As a manager, we got 7%. What do we get as a senior manager?
12.
Wow.
12%. Is there a difference between 2% and 12% in real numbers?
A lot.
Yes.
Yes. That's called hells to the yes. H-E-L-L-Z. Okay? So these senior managers are the second building block to this organization. At a senior manager level, you are considered one of the leaders in SendOutCard. You have all kinds of things open up to you when you become a senior manager. Primarily, you have a voice, right? It shows that you're a leader, it shows that you're building, it shows that you're in production, you're in movement, okay? So if you are a senior manager and have not received your senior manager trophy yet, come on up.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Come on up, Juanita.
Go on, Hank.
Come on.
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks.
Hank probably has 5,000 of those in his office.
Casey,
Yeah.
would you hold up one of those little ones? That little trophy is what drove me to senior manager. I put it in my pocket every
Absolutely true.
bloody day. And it served as a reminder. I suggest you do it too.
Put it on your keychain. Put it on your keychain. Put some gum on it. Stick it on your dashboard.
It'll mock you.
It will mock you.
Let it mock you.
It's kind of a cross between celebration and mocking.
Oh no, it's mocking. I think when you came up with that, it was perfect.
That's why we did it. Awesome. Okay, so now we have a bunch of senior managers in the room. So if you're a senior manager, come on up and let's show everybody who the senior managers are. Okay, look at Bruce here. Awesome, you guys. Congratulations. Okay. So the next rank advancement in SendOutCards is that of a what?
Executive.
Okay. So executive. Okay. So as an executive, the way you become an executive is once you become a senior manager. These things get exponentially more difficult. Can you tell?
Yeah.
Once you become a senior manager, from that point forward, what do you have to qualify as an executive?
5 senior managers.
5
5
senior managers.
senior managers in senior manager code group.
That means they have to be, you have to sponsor them.
It means you
As
need
a
5
senior
senior managers somewhere in your senior manager group. Do you have to personally sponsor them?
There you go.
No, you do not.
Oh.
Okay? How many people do you have to personally sponsor as a senior manager to be able to qualify an executive? 3. Same deal. Okay? When you bring on somebody personally as an executive, how much do you make?
17.
You make 17% residual.
With the same commission?
Sexy. Is it sexy to be earning 17% residual on somebody that's spending $1,000 a month?
Yes.
Not a bad gig. Okay, when you sign somebody up personally as an executive, what do you make when you personally sign somebody up?
40?
It's $320. Okay? And what do you make when somebody you bring on comes in?
190.
180. No? Here's the deal. Let me put this in perspective. To be $1 billion organization, which is where we're headed with SendOutCards, anybody have a guesstimate of how many executives roughly we need to have in the company?
1,000.
It's 1,500. Approximately 1,500. Right now, we have about maybe 100. Yep. This, you guys, the executive group is, for those of you that are working towards executive, let me tell you, I can say this to each group here, but the money really starts as an executive. I'm just being real. Right? Now, can you make really good money as a senior manager?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can you make really good money as a manager?
Yeah. A lot better.
Absolutely. Can you make really good money as a distributor?
Mhm.
I mean, the 15,000 figure is real numbers,
But
right?
Yeah, you
But you're not a
could,
distributor.
if you just want to
Why
sponsor
not
a
let
bunch
the
of
numbers
customers.
work for you?
Yeah, let the numbers work for you. Hank hit it right on the head. This game is about leverage. So here's the deal. When somebody rolls to executive, the reality is that's somebody that wants to have walk-away money. That's just my opinion, right? So if you're not yet an executive, this is where you want to be driving to, right? Make sense? So I'm really excited because we have an executive in the room all the way from Las Vegas with us today. So let's give it up for Anson. Anson. I feel like you should get all the Give it up for Anson, you guys. There you go. Does this make sense? I know there's lots of numbers up here. Anybody have any question on this? Okay, so here in the Los Angeles region, we have something that is really cool. Okay? And I want to tell you the story of how this came about. What drives volume in our business?
Sending cards.
Sending cards. It's pretty simple, right? I put on Facebook today. It always cracks me up when people are like, "Oh, I want a deal or whatever." Here's my question. This is my new question to people. Does Hallmark, Staples, American Greeting, or your drugstore actually pay you to send out greeting cards?
No.
Or pay you to send out thank you cards? Or pay you to send out birthday cards? That's it. Send this card, get paid. That's what we do, right? So, because of that, I want to tell you a story. A few years ago, we used to do Super Saturdays for just my organization here in Los Angeles, and we came up with a really cool kind of driver that really just helped kind of show who was sending cards and who was in production. I like to celebrate people that are actually in production. And so what we did is we created the trophy called the golden mailbox. Right now, if I ever get arrested, nobody tell the FBI, but there is a fingerprint of mine in this spray paint over here. So you would be able to have my actual fingerprint because I'm a terrible craftsperson.
You shouldn't have told the crime lab guy.
Oh yes.
Casey,
That's totally true.
it's been filed.
Now he's worried.
It's been filed out.
Yeah. So this golden mailbox trophy we brought back last month with our Super Saturday. So here's how it works. It's very much like the Stanley Cup, and I'm going to give myself kudos for actually knowing what that is.
Wait. What is the Stanley Cup?
The Stanley Cup is the hockey trophy that you win when you win all the whole thing. And it travels from team to team every year that wins.
Well, sure. Close enough. Yeah.
That's
correct.
Good.
Wow.
So here's how this trophy works. The trophy goes to and lives with the person that sent the most cards that's in the room today. It travels from month to month to the person who sends the most cards. That's why we asked for your card count as you came in this morning. So here's the deal. Inside the mailbox are cards from other past recipients. Now, we have several cards that are coming that are just not yet arrived. So we have one from Cody, Jody, Jordan, the Goldens, kind of all the bigwigs. They will be writing cards. Those cards will then go in this mailbox. If you win the mailbox, you get to read the cards inside the mailbox. They are not for anybody else's eyes. And the drill is that if you take the trophy home, then you have to send the trophy a card so all the future recipients can read the card. You can put big cards in there. You can talk about what we have going on and send out cards now for future months ahead or future years ahead. It's always kind of fun to go back and read what people got inspired by. You can tell a story. You can put whatever you want. You can send them multiple cards if you want. But you only get to look at the cards if you win, and you only get to put a card in the trophy if you win. Does that make sense? So I want to congratulate our past recipient, Mary Antonucci. And by the way, I apologize that, like I said, I'm not the best craftsperson, so it's kind of wobbly, it's whatever. Okay? So you hold on to that because you get to pass that off to the next winner.
Oh,
Okay? So
Mary was the past month's winner.
Mary won last month, yes.
Fantastic.
So I like to recognize the top 3 card senders in the room. So our number 3 card senders in the room are Dave and Juanita. This past month they sent 145 cards.
Wow.
Awesome. Okay? 3rd place. Let's get it together, kids. Okay? So this trophy has lived at the same house for many months, right? And the reason Hank knows that my fingerprint has been filed out of here is because Hank filed it out. That's because Hank almost always, when we did this last time, won. He's saying he probably is one of the best examples of the product. He sends more cards than most people do, really understands and lives and breathes all of SendOutCards. The great thing is Hank is in 2nd place this time. And Sharon's over there going, thank you.
Yeah, Casey, I have to be honest. What's the number for 1st place?
I'm not going to, I'll tell you in a second.
Because I forgot there was a contest. That's just normal. That's just normal
I know.
run of business.
We snuck that in on Hank.
That's just normal run of business.
So Hank this month sent 227 cards.
Whoa! What's the number?
Unbelievable.
You're not competitive or anything.
No, not at all.
Okay. So I am so thrilled and excited to bring up our winner.
It's Sharon.
And I'm really excited because I have the privilege of getting to work with this person in a more private setting because she's part of my mastermind group as well. So with 496 cards. Give it up for Paula Loveland. So Mary, you get to hand that off to Paula. Hand it off. Give Bruce a look. I don't need to be in this one.
You would have had more than double. Then I'm sure, Hank, you would have had more than double.
Open the
Clearly,
mailbox.
clearly a statement has to be made.
Now remember, Paula, nobody in this room except Mary gets to look in there. Well, Hank's the pastor, so he can look in there as well.
Casey, clearly a statement has to be made.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
Here's
Is
the thing.
that the record? Is that the largest number that have been
No.
sent? Okay.
No.
If you want to know the record, talk to Hank.
Not
So
even remotely
here's the cool
close.
thing. This is just a fun little thing that we do.
Know about it.
But what it really does is it highlights the people that are out driving business are almost always the ones that are out sending cards. And there is a direct relationship between how many cards you send and how your business is being built. There just is. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So is this helpful?
Yes.
We went through the comp plan, we talked to Golden Mailbox. Okay. So I want to spend a few minutes today talking about I want to touch a little bit on social media, and then I want to talk about this relationship marketing piece, and then I want to bring Maurice up. Okay? You know what? We'll do social media after lunch. So let's talk about the relationship marketing piece. How many of you have been to Salt Lake City, or you were in Pittsburgh at the relationship marketing event? Raise them high. Okay. So 3 or 4 of you. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to go through it, and then I'm going to give you a handout. You know what? Let's do a handout at the same time. That way you're. I don't need to follow this.
Or do they hand out with social media?
Okay. So I want to talk to you guys a little bit from a business perspective. Okay? So this conversation is probably not relevant for Aunt Mabel and Johnny Sixpack. Okay? But it is relevant from a business perspective. So we're going to go through kind of a lifetime cycle of a customer. So I want you to put your mindset in that of a business person that owns a business. Okay? Whether it's a life insurance business, whether it's a CPA business, whether it's a brick and mortar shoe business, whether it's Oasis Spa, which is a facial massage place, if it's a restaurant, so on and so forth. So when people first come into your sphere, we call them a contact, right? You go to a networking event, you meet a bunch of people, those are contacts. They're nothing more than a contact. Okay? And here's what I know. I know that, well, we'll talk about that in campaign. So we have some ways that we can add people as contacts. Okay? And so what we did was I put over here, well, I didn't. Cody did, actually. That we can use memory joggers, all of this stuff. We can use online ways, we can use offline ways. But what are just a couple of the ways we can add contacts? Networking groups. What else?
Religious groups.
What?
Religious.
Okay.
People you do business with?
Okay.
Clients. Cards you send for clients.
Okay. Clients.
Let me send a box of brownies to one of your favorite people from you.
So I'll call that leverage clients. Okay. We got memory jogger, people you know. I don't know about anybody else, but here's a distinction, and I'll say this distinction because I think it's really important for everybody to grasp. I am 100% committed to SendOutCards. There's nobody that can waver my belief in the system. There's nobody that can say anything that will drive me away from SendOutCards. I don't care. I will scream it from the mountaintop. I have been in SendOutCards for exactly 9 years and a month. I've received 109 monthly commission checks in a row. Anybody that says it doesn't work, it's too hard, any of the naysayers, none of it matters to me. I put them in the category of I think you're an idiot. I really do. I'm sorry, this is me. I get in trouble a little bit from Vanessa and Steve for saying that, but I'm sorry. I'm so confident in what we do that anybody that doesn't see it, I just don't have room for. I just don't have room for. Right? And I get it that not everybody's in that same space, right? Oh, the technology changes, or oh, they did this, or oh, they're going to do that. None of that matters to me. None of it matters. Oh, it's a pyramid scheme. Awesome. I wouldn't build it if it wasn't. I wouldn't touch it. Right? So I'm so confident in this that I fired my CPA after 20 years because he wouldn't take a look at SendOutCards. I fired the guy that cut my hair. I fired my insurance agent. Anybody that I do business with on a monthly basis that doesn't understand SendOutCards, I don't know how I can do business with them.
I agree.
I don't even think that's funny. To me, it's absolutely serious. I mean, it's funny because I can say it in a room full of people, but here's the reality. Why are you giving your money every month to people that don't reciprocate? And do you really want to surround yourself with people that don't understand what you do or don't get what you do? To me, it doesn't make any sense. This is just me personally. Right? Yes, Hank.
We had a, like a good neighbor company doing insurance work. And he signed up as a customer. He was using it. And all of a sudden we started getting cards from their home office.
Hold on a second.
And I called him. I said, what the hell? Cheap, what, easy, whatever. I said, seriously. So you're looking at the amount of money we're spending with you. Then he sent one to my dad when he was alive. The name was spelt wrong. Like, really? You're trying to develop your relationship with me. So insurance time is coming up. We're switching. I mean, it's just that simple.
I'm telling you, Hank's hit it right on the head. When you get to a point where it becomes such a piece of who you are, it doesn't matter. When I say I don't know how to sign up a customer, I really don't know how to sign up a customer because to me the value isn't as a customer. So I actually feel like I'm doing a disservice to people when they sign up as a customer because they're paying more money than if they were being a rep. Right? Just doesn't play. So when I talk, understand that for me, this is my life. Right? And I've just made that commitment 100%. I don't waver. I don't let stuff get in the way, and I certainly don't give my money and do business with people that don't see what we do. I just don't. My CPA, after 15 years of doing business with me, kept calling me in, and I kept saying, and I have multiple businesses going, and we walked in, and I said, Russ, we got to show you SendOutCards. He's like, we're not going to really. I'm like, Russ, I really need to spend a half hour and show you this. I'm like, okay, cool, well, we need to come in. So I went into this big conference room. He had his whole staff in there. They're all got their notepads, and they're going to take notes on all of our businesses and stuff. And I simply said, you guys are going to have a lovely afternoon. What I would like for you to do is put down your notepads and go get all of my boxes because we're done. And they all just, their mouths dropped to the floor. And I was like, we're done. No, we're done. You see my checks. You see what I do. And I'm not going to continue to pay money to you to not understand what we do. At least not let me show you what it is. So, just food for thought. Contacts. What's the next step? Prospects. What differentiates a prospect from a contact?
Interest.
Yeah, they should probably have an interest. What else? The need, okay. What else? We've talked to them. Demoed the product. What else?
See the benefit.
See the benefit. Thank you. They have the money.
They're worth your
If
time to
somebody
talk
doesn't
to.
have the money, are they a prospect? No.
Not at the moment.
Okay. What else? Yeah, there's one more I'm looking for.
Desire.
Okay. The desire here.
They're worth my time to talk to.
Worth time.
Sphere of influence.
They can make the decision. If you are talking to a gatekeeper that can't make the decision to join or not, are they your true prospect?
No.
No, they have to have the money and they have to be able to make that decision. Does that make sense? Okay, so from a prospect, out of all the pool of prospects that we have, what's the next step? Clients. Okay? Now, I'm going to change the word customer to clients because I actually like the word client better. In a business environment, client sounds better than customer. Okay? So, clients. From clients, if you have a pool of customers and clients, what's the next step? Referral partners. Okay? So look, you have a bunch of contacts that you meet in networking groups. Those networking groups, some of them turn into prospects. Out of those prospects, some are going to become clients. Are all prospects going to become clients? No. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. And out of those clients, if we take really good care of them, some of them are going to turn into referral partners. Are all clients going to be referral partners? No. What does a referral partner do? Refer. Which means that they bring more contacts up here through the top of this funnel. Okay? So let's put this in perspective. Here are a couple things I know. I know that for every month you don't have contact with their client or prospect, you lose about 10% of your influence. Meaning, if Hank goes to a networking group and meets John, and he doesn't talk to John for a year, is John really considered a contact? No. No. So all the business cards that get put on desks and wrapped in rubber bands, and you don't talk to although you're going to, right? Every month that goes by, about 10% of your influence lost. Okay? Now, I also know this. For any business, the number one easiest group of people to sell stuff to is who? Current customers. Current clients. Okay? They know you, they know your process, they know how your credit card systems work, they know what the store looks like, they know how your paperwork works. They are currently in love with you on some level. Make sense? After current clients, what's the next easiest group of people to sell stuff to?
Past clients.
Past clients. Can you guys all see that? I know there's lots of writing here, but past clients, right? If Dave went and bought a car for me somewhere, he's easier, or it's more likely that he would buy a car for me again because he knows me. Hopefully I've kept in touch with him, I've followed up with him. That's an easier sell than the third group, which is what? New people. Okay? So it's a lot easier for me, if Mary just bought a car for me this past week, it's easier for me to sell her a new car again, or turn her into a referral partner very, very quickly. If Dave bought one for me a year ago, and I did a really good job, there's a higher likelihood that he's going to move through this process than it is if I go out to a networking event and try to meet someone new. Does this make sense? Okay? So, here's the $50,000 question. Out of these three, what do most companies spend 90% of their time, energy, money, resources going after? New people. Okay? So, let me get this straight. New people are the hardest group of people to sell stuff to, yet all of our time and energy, and Jordan's calling me. That's really funny.
Take it live.
You're interrupting my Super Saturday. Yeah, everybody say hi to Jordan Adler. Hey, Jordan! Oh, wait. You're on speaker.
Where are you, JC?
We're just having our little Super Saturday here in LA. Yeah, we're at the
Hi,
forum.
everybody.
Awesome.
Hi.
About 15 minutes. Look at that.
Awesome. Have a good time. Can I call you when we're done?
Yeah, I was going to ask you how to use the cable on this thing but I'll figure it out.
Call me. If you can call Bruce, he'll walk you down and show you.
Happy Easter,
No
Jordan.
big deal. I'll figure it out. No big deal. Oh, you guys have fun, all right?
Okay, you got it, dude.
All right.
Ciao.
Bye.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. You guys don't understand. 2 weeks ago, this is true story, I stood up in front of a whole room to demo the phone app, and Steve Schultz starts texting me in the middle. And when I show you the phone app, you'll see it. It goes across my screen. And I know what I had texted Steve prior, and I did not want the whole room to see. And then somebody texted Cody and told Cody that Steve's texts were showing up on the screen, and the whole thing went hell in a handbasket. So here's where we come in, you guys. We have a lot of people that are spending all their time and energy trying to put new people in here, and we forget about our current customers and we forget about our past customers. Right? If we can stop this, we help business owners win the game. Right? So what we want to do is take this model and sit down with a business owner and simply walk them through this process. This is why we gave you one of these sheets, so you can actually learn this. It's really powerful when you understand this from a business perspective, how to show other businesses what to do here, right? So, how do we move people through this process?
Wow.
Campaign.
What's SendOutCards?
Thank you. It ain't rocket science. It ain't smoke signals, right? So, the easiest way I know to stay in touch with customers and move them through this process and always ensure that we don't lose this influence with our customers is simply using SendOutCards. Now, I'm going to tell you the difference where I think in the field we have missed the boat. I believe in SendOutCards in the field, all of us, we've missed the boat because we've gone out and we've told people to send one card at a time. Go send a card to the person that does business with you. Go send a card with a picture of your face and their picture in a car or their picture on a boat. When you guys understand the power of campaigns, it's massive. So here's my opening pitch. I even said it to Neil. Neil's back here, he sells life insurance. And I said, hey Neil, is it worth $15 a year for you to never lose a client and have your actual customers turn into clients and raving fans and referral partners and bring you more business? What do you think his answer is?
Yes.
$15 a year, right? So I ask you, is it worth it to you in your SendOutCard business to spend $15 a year per person? Right? So $15 a year equates to one card a month plus a birthday card. That's it. If you show a business owner how to send a 12-month campaign plus a birthday card, did you not just increase your massive volume and at the same time serve the customer better? Because if you go to a chiropractor and that chiropractor sends you a card every month, are you ever going to leave? No. It's like Hank said, with his insurance. If his insurance person sent him a card a month, now the beauty of SendOutCards is once that campaign is designed and they click send, is there anything else necessary? No. And here's the thing, Mike, hang on one second. On the birthday card, here's my suggestion. You can send a birthday card, but would it be more powerful if you sent them a big birthday card?
Yes.
Yes.
Think of the power of this, you guys. If we just took our own contacts and drove them through this same process, card a month, plus a big card for their birthday, if just those of us in this room did this, think of the power of what that would do. It's massive. Not only does it drive volume, but it serves our customers better. I believe, and I just yelled till I blew in the face about this, I believe that even though we have the most amazing system on the planet, that we have not done a good job of teaching and training our customers how to build their business using the platform of SendOutCards. Right? Maurice and I just had a conversation with a huge organization yesterday, and cost is not a conversation with a business. It's just not. I used to spend 80 grand a year marketing my little rental business. Sending out a few cards a month didn't even qualify as a conversation piece. Does a conversation around price deal with Johnny Sixpack and Aunt Mabel?
Yep.
Yeah. So if you want to have lots of conversations about price and price objections, you should talk to Johnny Sixpack and Aunt Mabel. If you want to get past all that and have conversations about how to help them build their business, have this conversation. Yes, Judy?
I have a question.
Mhm.
Do you know what the annual sales are for SendOutCards?
We fluctuate every month. It grows every single month. Right now
Approximately?
we're at about 70 million.
70 million for the year. Can you think of a good reason that there should not be 24-hour customer service in corporate?
Yes.
What?
People don't need customer service at 3 o'clock in the morning usually. They
It's the only time I get to send cards out.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer. Sure. I mean I don't have a good answer. We probably could use customer service 24 hours, and I'm guessing that is probably will be in the deal. We'll probably go a little bit later. Yes, Mike.
My guest came in late on the initial presentation. Can you explain to him what a campaign is, please?
Sure. A campaign is just a series of cards that go out over a specified time period. Okay? So, for example, you could have card 1 says, "Nice to meet you." Second card is some sort of training card. So I'll use an example of a campaign, and then I'm going to have somebody who's brilliant at campaigns come up and explain it. So, when I work with people in other direct sales or network marketing organizations, I always say, hey, look, you got to keep people in your deal longer, right? Because most people leave after a few months, right? Most of us have probably been in some other deal before. But imagine if somebody joins a team and that leader took a picture of the person, put it on the front of the card, sent a card out and said, "Nice to meet you." Card 2 goes out a week later that says, "Hey, here's your corporate upline, here's your corporate ID number, here's our leadership conference calls, here's a place where you can go download resources," so on and so forth. Number 3, here comes our upcoming events. We really want you to be a part of those events. So a campaign can be one of two things. One, it can be one card to a whole group of people. How many of you got the invite to this event as a card? Okay? So I set that up, I hit the button once, a card went out to all of you. We put you in a group, card went out. Now, the reason I asked you guys all to fill out those sheets of paper is because now next month, you'll get the same thing. So that's one campaign. The other way to do a campaign is a multiple card campaign. If it goes out one card a month, you can set it up to trigger it to go once every other month. Now, if a marina has a boat, somebody that buys a boat and they send a boat card, and they set that and they hit the button, for the next year they're going to get cards. Do they have to really do any other marketing? No. It's automatic. Set it and forget it, just like Ron Popeil. Right? It's a huge shift in how businesses are done. So I want to use an example of a smaller campaign from a restaurant. This is Bruce. Bruce, come on up. Bruce is working with... Bruce has found that working with restaurants is a really powerful way to use campaigns. So, you want to use a microphone?
No. Yeah. Okay.
So Bruce, explain.
I'm using a microphone. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Casey. Is this not awesome?
Yeah.
Okay. So, how many of you have seen one of these in the mail or your mailbox or your front door? Restaurants are spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on these marketing pieces, printing them, distributing them, and are they building a relationship with their clients by sending these things out? So this is a really good prospect, a really good client for a SendOutCards account. And I have engaged some restaurants in using SendOutCards to reach out and build relationships with their current clients, because most businesses actually are so busy filling the bucket with new clients, trying to attract new clients, they forget about the ones they already have, which is actually the ones that are more valuable to them, because they're the ones that have become fans of the business, where they tell their friends, and therefore keep that bucket full for them. And if they do it right, that's what SendOutCards helps them do, by keeping their customers with them and referring new people to the business. keeping that bucket full so they don't have to do it themselves and spend all that money doing that. So I created a card campaign for a restaurant called Vivian's in Studio City. I printed up and created this form where their customers will fill out their names and addresses. In fact, I just got some new ones today, and as we're doing this, I put them in send out card campaigns with a push of a button. Once they fill out this information, the restaurant just pushes a button and automatically the customers get a 5-card campaign, 1 card every quarter, and each card has a different message. One says, welcome to the VIP club. Another one says, we miss you. Another one says, our pancakes are, waiting for your, mouth to fill it up with our pancakes. I mean, there's all kinds of messages. Now, also there's a birthday card. Inside each card is a personal message of appreciation and gratitude for that client. So now they are being addressed on a personal level, not just mass marketed to. And therefore, now the clients say, wow, this is cool, I'm getting something that's addressed to me, and they're speaking to me to show appreciation for me coming in, becoming a customer, and becoming a fan of this VIP club, which we created. And those are the ones that get these cards when they fill in that form. So each card has a different incentive for them to come back to the restaurant.
And by incentive, I just want to say, we call that a call to action, right? CTA.
So this is costing Vivian's about under $10 a year for each customer to get them back in the seats. If a customer comes back each time and spends, if they just come in by themselves and they spend $15 to $20, each time they come in, isn't it worth $1.50 for each card to go out? Yes. Right? So they're getting a return on investment. If they bring people with them and they spend more, now we're talking, instead of an individual spending $50 to $75 a year for that $10 that the restaurant's investing, if they bring more people, now we're talking double, triple, quadruple that amount over a course of a year, and the same amount of cost is involved. I also just got a pizza restaurant in Newhall and have sent out a 5-card campaign, and we're starting that in the next weeks because I just got the new forms for the customers to fill out, so they're going to be starting to use that. So SendOutCards is the best sense for a restaurant to reach out and keep those customers and have them become fans to bring in new customers and clients to the restaurant. So hopefully that's a help. Thank you.
Awesome. So Bruce, let me ask this. Let me ask this. From a restaurant perspective, you guys, just put you're an owner of a restaurant. Is it worth spending more money on people that have never come to your restaurant, or is it worth trying to get somebody that's got in their car and made the commitment to come there once to come back?
Yes. Come back.
Right? This is what we've got to talk to restaurants. I talked to a restaurant owner with Bruce. We went up and had a meeting, and I literally lost sleep because I thought the guy was such a moronic, imbecile idiot. I did, because what he was doing is he was spending all his marketing dollars putting an ad in the back of a magazine that was sitting on store shelves.
$3,000 he invested. His return on investment was zero.
Zero, and he was upset. And so he's looking at this as a cost. We've got to show these business owners that it's an investment in getting people back. Now, what I would like to see is when these cards come back in, I wish we could get the owner to write with a Sharpie on the inside of the card what their bill was, so we could actually track it. But if a restaurant is requesting those cards come back, it's really easy to see what the return is because you see how many cards came back.
Yeah.
And how much they're spending each time they come in.
Right. So now, Bruce, in the first few months of your working with the cafe, how many people approximately are receiving this campaign?
There's over 300 people in the database getting 5 cards a year.
Now,
and it's growing by 5 to 10 a day.
5 to 10 a day. Think about what is that doing for Bruce's business?
Volume.
It's driving volume.
So here's the numbers. Let's say that by the end of the year there were 2,000 people on that list. I just played with the numbers.
Excellent.
And they're spending $10 per person because I added a 6th card for the birthday.
Correct.
So that's $20,000 in volume. Correct. Now, Bruce, being the smart guy he is, knows that he's getting 20% commission. He makes $4,000. They spend $20 grand in a year. he makes $4,000 for each one of those restaurants. So talking to a business instead of Aunt Mabel and whatever six-pack. Johnny makes Bruce a very happy dude. Now, do that 25 times and you make $100 grand a year, and that's just on a retail point of view that has nothing to do with building a business.
Nothing to do with building a business, and we're only talking about this in the first year.
Yeah.
What happens if second year they do the same thing, but now they continuously add?
And
Well, then there's the
Bruce's website is on the back of every single one of those cards. If any of those customers have a business and take a look at it and say, hey, this is pretty nifty, I could probably use this, they will sign up, and guess who gets paid again?
The owner of the restaurant knows this, and he's going to change his strategy very soon.
If he opens another restaurant.
Absolutely.
Now,
this is what you call boom Shazam.
So I'm going to guess that most restaurant owners aren't going to be that smart to do this, but that isn't the point. 25 out of the thousands in LA alone makes him $100 grand a year.
Exactly. So let's even take this. Let's take this a step further, Hank. So Hank's bringing up a good point, right? Less people, more volume equals bigger checks, right? So given these numbers, do those numbers sound sexy to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the downside of this situation?
There's probably a little work getting it set up.
There's a little work getting it set up, but could you create a campaign in your own account, and then go into a restaurant and say, I'll transfer this account, I'll transfer this campaign into your account, we can manipulate it and make it fancy?
Yes.
Yes? Okay? So here's where I see the huge opportunity. If the owner of Vivian's gets a return on that investment, what can we do?
For $400, I can lower the cost of your monthly doing that from 39 cents a card, or whatever, 39 point to 31.
Right. What else? How many cards are in that campaign?
We can up them or some
How many
gifts.
cards are in the campaign?
5.
5.
Plus a birthday.
Okay. What is number one thing right here? For every month,
double them.
we don't. All you have to do is get 12 businesses doing the same thing at a yearly campaign versus a quarterly campaign, and you're still at the same number.
So you double your campaign.
Yeah.
The campaign feature in SendOutCards, you guys, it's the most powerful thing we have as a tool for business owners, right? Maurice and I just met with an organization, and one of the things that they, oh, thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we met with an organization, and one of the things that they said is, you know what, Case, the cards look absolutely amazing, but we do have one issue. I was like, oh geez, what's the issue? She's like, yes, Mike.
I'm just going to say no. What are you going to say? The brand on the back.
We want to not have it say SendOutCards on the back of the card. Okay? So, in a couple of weeks, we're going to have a brand new back of the card editor. There is going to be a setup fee for it, but the hot thing about the setup fee is they are going to take the setup fee and they are going to split it into the codes,
Yes.
which means those people that have been around know what that means. But let's just say it's $100. It's not. Let's just say it's $100. What they're going to do is they're going to pay that $100 out into the field in weekly checks. So it will be an upsell when somebody signs up. So if somebody signs up as an MD, it'll say, hey, would you like to have the back of the card editor attached?
Only as an MD? Yes.
It will probably be as a customer as well. I don't know that. I don't know the answer. Okay, we're still working out some of the details. Okay? Now, here's what they're going to do. They're going to pay it out into the codes, which means the person that signs it up gets a chunk, the upline manager gets a chunk, the upline senior manager gets a chunk, the upline executive gets a chunk, the upline senior executive. Do you guys see why you want to get to executive?
Yes.
Imagine hundreds of people are now going to be out signing up card back editors, and you're getting $20, $30, $40 of that on each one of those. Sexy. It's massive. It's massive. So how the back of the cards look now, now all cards are going to look like this on the back.
So
Yeah, so this is the old version, this is the new version. You'll notice a couple of differences, that all these big barcodes and everything are now down here. Okay? So I've seen the demo of the back of the card, so I'm going to explain a couple of things about it. However, what I want you to understand is this is all subject to change. This was what they did. I do not want to be held responsible. I will answer questions as best I can, but I want to make sure you guys understand that I am not from corporate. I'm simply sharing what I saw. Okay?
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer. Disclaimer 801-463-3800.
Like Facebook, this could change at a moment's notice.
Exactly. And it probably has changed since I've been talking.
Yeah.
So here's what's going to happen. You're going to have the ability, you know when you go in and you have templates now and you can put different pictures in different sizes of the cards, they have different things there? Yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah. The back of the card is going to do the exact same thing. There will be multiple templates for you. You can do a brand here in the center. You can do one all throughout you'll have the entire back of the card to work with. Wow. It's effing brilliant. Okay? So, now I will say this, the one I saw, they cannot let you go over the return address, although I believe you will have the option to remove these on the back. You wouldn't, but the reason somebody might is if they really wanted to brand that in the upper left corner. I don't see it, okay? You will not be able to brand anything. They will have to put a whiteout bar here so the machines can read it. Okay? Yep. The back is massive, and you will be able to have multiple backs, and it will show on the checkout. It will show on the checkout all of the different backs that you have created, and you simply click which one you want as a default, and you'll be able to change each one going as well. Does this mean you have an extra panel on the card to market for a business if you'd like? Yes. It will. What? More real estate. Now, I believe, again, disclaimer here, but I believe if you change out the back, it will cost you a point.
Yes.
Bummer.
Okay.
I'm sure.
It's hot from a volume perspective. So let me address this
one question.
So here's the scoop. You guys, when you switch in your mind from figuring out how to save your customer 31 cents and figure out how to teach them that that 31 cents is more valuable, they will spend it and they will use it. It's the same as deciding whether to talk to somebody about the distributor package versus the pay-as-you-go package. Your mindset will drive your check. And if you continuously try to go down the scale, your check will do the same. And then when you bring on an organization, you know what they're going to do? Down the same. Everything I do, say, train, talk about, post, smoke signal, whatever, is all about how to drive more volume. Because when there's volume being driven, we get paid. Does it serve the customer?
Yes.
Yes. I'm going to have Maurice talk about that. We're going to, yes. So, any quick questions? Yes, Hank.
Okay, so $100 to set up. Is there an opportunity for us to do, for example, a spec sample where I can take a client's logo, drop it on the back, and send them a card saying, "Hey, we can do this for you"?
If you have it set up in your account, you will have once you own the back of the card editor, we'll call it. You can have unlimited backs created, which means you could literally create each back and then send that.
So for every customer you have, here's how this is going to work. I'm going to take Casey's squirrel moment. So here's what you're going to do. Every customer that you have in the system, you're going to go to their website or wherever you can grab their logo. You're going to send them a card. On the front, it's going to say, "Hey, there's something new." Inside, it's going to be, "Hey, I want to thank you very much for being a customer of SendOutCards. By the way, if you look at the back of the card, you're going to see something new, and you're on the back. It's going to be your logo could be here, and you drop their logo on with a little note below that's going to say, now you can be your own Hallmark store or whatever, and totally brand your own company with your cards."
Absolutely. And here's where I would also see it is I don't like writing my phone number and my email address and my website on the inside of the card when I'm trying to reach out and stay in communication with a customer. Yeah. So now, what if I went to Facebook and I simply took a Facebook, and this is what I'm doing now, and this is working like crazy, is I go to somebody's Facebook page when I see that they do a really cool Instagram picture, or I see a picture of their family, or little Johnny hitting a home run. I take a 3-panel card. I simply go and I pull 5 pictures off Facebook, I drop them on my hard drive, I go to SendOutCards, I upload them into SendOutCard, and I just put 1 picture on each page. If they put a picture of a sunset, I just hit span and I let it take the whole 3 because I'm lazy. Right? 5 cards. The thing that I have had a struggle with is I don't want to put a picture of somebody's family on the card and then put at the bottom, hey, call me, Casey, and my phone number. So what I've been doing now is I put my phone number in the return address. And that's the only place. It's just a card, it has no words in it, it has nothing. It simply is 5 pictures of them. Right? Front, inside those 3. Now with the back, I can actually brand it and say, hey, when you get this, memories provided, Facebook memories brought to you on cardboard by Casey Everhart. It's a way to take a moment in time and create it forever versus just having it on Facebook. Like, I'm fascinated that people are posting all these pictures on Facebook and they're gone. I can take those memories, and I gotta tell you, like I have this barbecue restaurant I'm working with in Arizona. I'm talking to him on the phone. While we're talking, I'm letting him tell me about his kids, and I'm hearing him yammer on. All I did was go to Facebook, drop 5 pictures, and I put brownies in the box.
You know, you can even drop a QR code onto the back of it, and you can just do a custom video message. Scan this, I want to tell you something. And, hey, John, thought your logo would look great here.
I'm going to tell you guys that if you latch onto this, every single customer will join it. Every single one of them. Network marketing and direct sales companies that would not touch SendOutCards because it had SendOutCards on the back all over it, in. High-end companies that don't want SendOutCards on the back when they've got their own logo and they want their own branding on, in. It will be the easiest money you make. Back in the day, has anybody in here been with SendOutCards prior to 2009? Do you guys remember when they launched Picture Plus? When they launched Picture Plus, we couldn't send pictures in cards when we first started. Okay? It wasn't until like 2008 or 2009. And at that time, it was a $99 upgrade to be able to put pictures in the cards.
So worth it.
That $99 got paid out the same way that they're looking at paying this out, which is into the codes. Our weekly checks skyrocketed. Some people didn't do it. Other people got on the phone and called every one of their customers, every one of their reps, and sold Picture Plus to every single person.
It was easy to do.
It's easy to do. It's a huge game changer. It's a huge game changer. Any other questions? Yeah, Sharon.
This is actually more of a comment. I'm fine with them keeping this to marketing distributors only. It just is more reason why people would choose to be a marketing distributor instead of a customer.
Yeah. So
then it just costs $400 and you can have your own total greeting card.
So here's how I position. I don't know what they will do. I don't know. There's talk on the Eagle's Nest of it being just for distributors, but at the same time, there's sometimes conflicts with people and they don't want to be a distributor. And I would rather take 20% of somebody spending 4 points a card that uses thousands and thousands of them versus saying no, you have to be a distributor and then we got to go. Hold on.
Nonprofits are going to have a problem.
Nonprofits.
This goes retail to recruit. I mean that's the argument.
You guys, this is.
When is it happening?
We do not know yet. Very short. It's measured in days.
Wow. This has been on the whiteboard for years.
Yes.
So.
This is a huge game changer. And I got to tell you, this is not joking. Maurice was on the phone with me yesterday when I was telling the lady that we were talking to about the ability to brand the packaging. I flippantly said, there's going to be a setup fee and it's going to be $9.97 to set it up. She's like, okay. It was a no-brainer at $1,000. She didn't even blink because the value of that real estate is worth so much more to a business owner at $9.97. Now, it won't be, I joked with her, but it was very quick. It was like, okay. It's a mindset thing, you guys. I heard what they were considering pricing it, and I screamed. I was angry because I didn't think it was enough.
Are you tired of sending Hallmark's logo with every card you
Hallmark's logo, screw Hallmark's logo, screw the fact that on the back of Hallmark cards it tells you how much somebody spent on the card. Like, how pissed are you when you get a $2.99 card versus $3.49 or $3.79?
Or the 99 cents.
Or the 99. You only spent 99 cents and the thing didn't even have glitter on it, for crying out loud.
For glitter, you're paying $4.
Exactly. For glitter, you're paying $4. So you guys, what I want to do is, so here's what we're going to do. We're gonna break in about 25 or so minutes for lunch, or when it gets here. We are really fortunate to have one of our MDs who is a global speaker. He and I are really close friends. He's one of my best friends in the world. We run several meetup groups together. We travel around. We speak all over the world together. It's really funny because I could probably give you most of his presentation. He can certainly give you my presentation.
You're an idiot.
And he is one of our MDs inside of SendOutCards. And what I've asked Maurice to talk to us about is he is brilliant when it comes time to messaging, right? How do we create the perfect message? How do we create that $1 million message, right? Because I think a lot of us don't really know what to say, or we stand up in a networking group and we raise our hand and we go, okay, we're on to our 30-second commercial, we don't know what to say. Or somebody says, well, what should I write in a card? Right? So I think if we have a little bit of conversation around what that messaging looks like and how that message gets created, we'll be better off, yeah?
Yes.
So Maurice does an event, he's doing an event next weekend called the $1 Million Message Intensive. It's out in Woodland Hills. And so what I asked, has anybody been to that? A couple of us? I will be there. It's unbelievable. It's awesome. It's awesome. So what I asked Maurice to do is I just said, hey, would you come in and spend a few minutes with us as a group and just talk about creating that verbal business card, creating a message that has maturity to it, and I think you guys will get a good kick, you'll have a good time with Maurice. He's very interactive. He's a super guy. He's one of the world's leading foremost speakers. He travels around the planet and speaks literally probably 5 times a week in different places of the country. And I'm just thrilled and honored that we have him here. So I'm going to have him come up and just talk us through until noon, and then we'll come back after lunch and we'll do a phone app demonstration. We'll do some other stuff. So you guys give it up to a huge round of applause. Yeah, if you could verbal business card.
You got it.
And
Push
me up.
All right. Whether you like it or not, there's going to be a quiz. Quiz for you. Out of all the people that you work with, who is the easiest people you can market to and generate more business from? Who? Existing clients. All right, very good. What's number 2?
Past clients.
Past clients. And what's the worst and hardest one? New clients. Now this is my point. What are you saying to them? What are you saying to your current clients? What are you saying to your past clients? Better yet, how are you encouraging, I like to call them suspects, to make them contacts, to make them prospects, to make them, oh my gosh, what exactly is the messaging? And what I want to share with you, what Casey affectionately calls is M cubed, and this is my theory, yes, this is a theory I came up with, for you to generate the messaging that you can put out to those people to create interest, to create involvement, and not only that, to create money. How many of you like to make more money? All right, fantastic. Before I go anywhere, I want to say probably the 2 most important words you could probably ever say in a card or in life. Does anybody know what's the 2 most important words you can say in the card?
Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie, exactly, grazie. I want to say thank you so much. Who are you? I see all the red tags. I know Maria just joined. Matthew, right? Did I say that right? I know that you're a guest.
We got Neil over here.
Jolly over here. Oh, Neil. Okay. I'm so glad you guys are still here. The guys with the blue name tags on. Why? Because you're going to learn something. Not only can you use this information for SendOutCards, and all you red tag people definitely be taking notes. But for your non-SendOutCards people, trust me, it was worth staying here, and not just for the pizza. Trust me, because you're going to use this in your life and your business. Because I believe in one thing. That content is king. Content is what? King. In other words, it's how your message is getting across to people. Now, if I may, this is my theory, and I call it the message marketing maturity. Message marketing maturity. Say that with me. Message marketing maturity. Hank, you don't want to say that?
Today I'm watching you present.
Okay, oh, gotcha. All right. So we know about the three people, yes? The three different people. So exactly how are you going to interact with them? Well, I know this. When you first begin in SendOutCards, or in your business, Neil, let's say, insurance, right? Yeah, so insurance. Pretty much the first stage, so write this down for me, 3 stages. There's 3 stages. You're going to go through these 3 stages, whether you're in SendOutCards or not. But let me tell you something, this is going to maximize your experience, but better yet, your suspects, prospects, clients, and referral partners, their experience with you within SendOutCards. Is that worthwhile? Yes. Okay, beautiful. 3 stages. Unfortunately, you got to live through every single one of them. I'm sorry to say, but you've done it, you're doing it. I hate to break it to you, you're doing it right now. But again, my thing is this. I'm bringing it to your attention. Why? So that you could live through these 3 stages and slowly progress. And write this down for me. I live in stage 3. Write that down for me. I know it doesn't make sense right now, but everything's going to make sense. I live in stage 3. Now let's go through it. These are the 3 stages of message marketing maturity. Stage number 1, focus on yourself. In other words, when you send out your messaging, when you send out your cards, when you send out encouraging people to join it, when you talk to your customers, you're talking pretty much of the proverbially radio station that they call WIIFM. What does that stand for? What is for me? Now look, I know that when you go to presentations and all that, they talk about the with them, right? What's in it for me? But what they're talking about really is what's in it for your audience and all that. But unfortunately, when we begin, we're coming from the perspective of I. I want you to do this. I have a new opportunity for you. I want you to do, I. Question for you. Do you have your prospects or clients' best interests at heart? No. Do you think they realize that? Let me tell you something. Audiences are becoming more and more mature, and they see through the smoke screen that, you know what? Oh my gosh, Maurice, all I am to you is another dollar sign. I am another customer, I'm another client, I'm another number. What's that?
Another number.
Another number, exactly, Neil. Another number. Question for you. Can you get them part of your group? Can you get them part of your organization? Now, it's going to be a very tough haul, and that's the idea. But unfortunately, we are going to live through stage 1. And we're going to realize, and again, the reason I'm telling you this is that, okay, I'm in stage 1, that's okay. We're going to live through stage 1, we're going to notice that's not going to work for us. But again, eventually what's going to happen is we're going to move into stage 2. Stage 2, write this down for me. Stage 2 is content. We're going to focus on the content. We're going to focus on the benefits. We're going to focus on the features. I'm so glad Bruce is up here. Bruce, may I borrow one of your props?
Absolutely.
You know, when you go to your, today, I know this is going to happen. You're going to go home, and in your front door is going to be jammed this in the doorknob, right?
Yeah.
Right? Well, when you open this up, what is this? Nothing but content. Right? Exactly. It's a recycling bin. But it's nothing but, right, it's nothing but content. It's nothing but facts and figures. Does it mean anything to you? Everyone has mushu pork. Everyone has pho. It's content. It's all the features and benefits. And this is what drives me nuts. Please forgive me, Anson, I know you're one of the executives and all that, and I'm so glad you're here. So good to have you here. But sometimes when we come across with a fire hose. You know what I'm talking about? A fire hose of information. Right? It could do this, it could do that, it could do this and all that, right? And I know, okay, again, Casey, I love you, right? But he just told you about the back of card editor. So you know what you're going to do? Like a bunch of automatons, and I'm sorry to say, a bunch of automatons, you're just going to regurgitate that back to them. It's a bunch of facts and figures. Click here, click that, include this, and you could change that real estate. You're going to give them a song, and they're just going to look at you. You know what they're going to do? They're going to smile and nod. And they go, "That's great." And they're going to walk out.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay, fine, no problem. All right, I'm already missing you already. It doesn't matter to them. What does it matter if they can do the back? I'm sorry to say, God bless SendOutCards. What does it matter to them, really? Right? Once you're in, oh yeah, it matters. But to someone on the outside, a suspect, a contact, a prospect, a client, even a referral, what does it mean to them? right? So again, instead of focusing on the content, all the features and benefits and all that, right, is that of service to the audience? Is that a service to the audience? No. But again, we're going to live through that. And finally, you're going to come to realize, and you got to really pay attention to some really good speakers out there. In particular, our friend Casey Eberhardt.
I just heard my name. I don't know what it was for.
I'm giving you kudos.
Oh, excellent.
Casey, and I'm amazed at this, Casey comes from the point of stage 3. Write this down for me. Stage 3. Stage 3 is focus on the audience. Focus on your membership. Focus on your team. Focus on the prospect. Focus on the client. Focus on the whatever. Let's go through the whole cycle here. Those are the 3 stages. And Casey does it brilliantly. Every time when you see him speak outside of these meetings, he always, I love what he does. He's like, hey Dave, I met Dave a moment ago, and Dave does this and does that. Unbelievable. He's focusing on the audience, and what does that do? That endears him to the audience. Now you're coming from my perspective, the audience perspective. So when you're delivering your concept, and I love all the stuff that SendOutCards gives us, but are you coming from the perspective of WIIFT? What's in it for them? Let them know about the opportunity. I love what Dean did. Right? Dean, I was taking notes back there. He let me know that, okay, if I did this, I build better relationships with my partner. He didn't say that I click here, clicked it, and my card went out. No, he said, by sending out a card, Maurice, because he was talking to me, you're going to be able to make a better contact with somebody. You're going to develop that relationship. Not only that, if I do a campaign with a business and all that, I can actually help my family live the life that I want to live. I can go on trips, I can go on different things. So does everybody see how Dean was presenting himself? He was coming from the proposition of this. The people sitting in the audience. I know Dean, right? He can rattle off what's it done for him, the features of clicking and all that, but again, what's in it for them? WIIFT. Now, Casey showed you that whole circular thing. Now, let's really make that thing spin faster. Because I believe those 4 points on this document, this is an engine, ladies and gentlemen. What is this, the circular thing? What's it?
An engine.
What is it?
An engine.
It's an engine. And what does an engine need to do to spin?
Gas.
Gas. You want to make it spin faster? You want to add more gas to it? I live in stage 3. That's why I had you write that the first time. Right? Isn't that the first thing you wrote? I gotta live it because I want to throw gasoline on this thing. I want to make this thing spin, 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 spin. Why? Referral partners, referral partners, referral partners. I don't know about you, but Casey right now is in 50 different places right now. How's that? Referral partners. What's in it for them? He's got advocates. Write that down for me. I need more advocates. Write that down. I need more advocates. Casey's passion for SendOutCards. You guys believe that Casey's passionate about SendOutCards? Oh, yeah. Well, do you think his advocates are passionate about SendOutCards? You better believe it. Casey's in 51 places today. What would that mean to your business? What would that mean to your business? I lived in stage 3. Does everybody see that? Now, Casey's asked me to, I'm a big believer, didn't I say content is king? So now if I may, make sure everyone, Mary, would you mind helping me? Make sure everyone gets one of these. All right? Now, I know that you're going to be standing, how many of you ever heard of an organization called Starbucks? Yeah. All right, I just want to make sure I'm in the right room. How many of you ever been, how many of you ever been to a supermarket? Okay. I mean, I can keep rattling off the things of where we stand in line to get produce, groceries, whatever it is. I'm a big believer in this. If you're in this organization, if you're in SendOutCards, you're in opportunity mode all the time. Yes, come to Wednesday's opportunity meetings that Casey puts on, bring your guests to Super Saturdays and all that, but you're in opportunity mode all the time. While standing in line at Starbucks for your cafe macchiato, while they're trying to figure out the person in front of you how to exactly weigh out the grapes. Why is it every time people buy grapes, it takes forever to get the pricing on grapes? Is that only me? So you're standing in line somewhere. That's an opportunity meeting. Because I know you're going to engage that person in a conversation, and they're going to ask you the magic question. What are you doing? Thank you so much, Juanita. Exactly. Oh, opportunity meeting. In fact, this is the best opportunity meeting because I don't know about you. I come from 10 years of sales, one-on-one. One of my mentors is Maurice. You got to go belly to belly with people. I love that expression. Because everybody's online, everybody's virtual. But if I'm standing in front of you, hey, I have a little bit more say, and I'm convincing you. Because, ladies and gentlemen, people don't care how much you know, so they know how much you care. I live in stage 3. See how it's going to make it easy for you? They don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. I live in stage 3. So right now, what I gave you right now is, in the limited time that we have, we're going to go through this quickly. I'm going to be here through the remainder of the time. By all means, you're invited to join us next weekend at my Create Your $1 Million Message, where you're going to see this. What I've done is I've taken my $26 million template and I boiled it down to your verbal business card. Yes, you've heard of that as an elevator pitch, but that's got a negative connotation. You heard of all these pitches, your spiel. Oh my gosh, don't say that to me. Your verbal business card. How many of you have business cards? Right? We all have business cards, right? I got my new one right here, right? Right?
Wait, whoa. Will you do that one more time, please? I was posting in a Facebook group and I totally just missed that. Hang on,
Rewind.
Wait.
Rewind.
Back the tape up.
I know.
And pause.
Yeah, let's go to the clip moment. Thank you.
This does so much. Granted, it's good to have, and if you want, and let me tell you something, if you want to have a business card that speaks volumes, talk to Hank. He's got a fantastic book just on business cards. Am I right, Hank?
Yes.
Right. Unbelievable, all right? So definitely talk to Hank about business cards. I love business cards, but guess who's the best business cards ever? You are. Verbal business card. Somebody asked you, Robert, what do you do? Let's get to it. Instead of just regurgitating, instead of saying, hey, I do this, I do that, what is that stage? Stage 1. Instead of hitting them with a fire hose, and with content, features and benefits and features, stage 2. No. Let's live in stage 3. So right now on the top of this, do me a favor where it says public speaking is, I'm going to grammatically correct that. Even standing online at Starbucks, when somebody says, what do you do, or what are you about, right? They're giving you the most valuable commodity that we all own. What's the most valuable commodity out there?
Time.
Time, yeah. Even for that 5 minutes while you're waiting for that cafe macchiato, they could be doing something else and not talking to you. So public speaking is an honor. So we're on the top of that page. Please write that for us. Public speaking is an honor. Did you get one of these? Anna? Oh, she took them? I want to make sure everybody's included. Everybody's included. Would you like one? No. Public speaking is an honor. Even for that 5 minutes, I'm going to honor your time. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm not going to take advantage of your time. I'm going to be here and be of service to you. Right? So public speaking is an honor. So even with our verbal business card, let's do something. Somebody asks you that question, right away you're going to go into I mode or content mode. I do this, I do that, oh, no. The first thing we must do is we must get them out of their minds into ours. Number 1 there is get their attention. Get their attention. There's 3 ways to get an attention. 3 ways to get attention. Number 1 is you can ask a question. Well, of course, this whole verbal business card is based upon what? Your SendOutCards business. So you're going to ask them a question about, hey, how do you remain in touch with your best client? How do you remain in touch with your family? Ask them a question. Now, the reason I love asking questions The reason I love asking questions is because the human mind cannot not answer a question. Would you agree? Look, you just did it now. I asked you a question. I love doing that. Even though I just totally set you up, you still answered the question. Would you agree? Look, you did it again. Unbelievable. They cannot not answer a question. So but here's the beauty of it. What have you just done? You've just taken them out of their minds into your mind. One of my trainers, one of my mentors is Les Brown. Anybody heard of Les Brown? One of the top motivational speakers in the world. He said, Maurice, you got to understand this. Anytime you're speaking to one person or one to many, you're talking to two audiences. How many audiences? Two. You're speaking to the audience that is sitting in front of you, and you're speaking to the audience of their mind. This is where the magic belongs. If I'm just speaking at you, who am I speaking to? That first audience, that's it. No, I got to get into the second audience. All right, I got to get up there. So by asking them a question, by getting their attention, now guess what? They're in my space. Right? I got the audience of the mind. The next thing I can do, going back to this, getting their attention. The number two, getting their attention, make a comment. You can make a comment for your topic, or you can make a comment against your topic. For example, for SendOutCards, try this. You know, the worst thing you could do is send somebody a gift. Would you agree? And you're like, no, it's the best thing you could do. And now the rest of the time is SendOutCards. Okay. The third one, all right, you could start with, the third is actually made up of three. It's an anecdote. Scratch that. It's a quote. I always like to start with a quote. Quote, anecdote, slice of life. Quote, anecdote, slice of life. So the third way of getting their attention, you got three things to do to get their third attention. Oh yeah, okay, you want to do that? Okay, sure. Thank you for that. Quote is just that. You say a quote, right? Abraham Lincoln once said, better to remain silent and be thought of as a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Now look what I've just done. I've just breeded familiarity. You've heard of Abraham Lincoln, you probably heard of that quote. And now that you're sitting there like, oh my gosh, Maurice reads. That's what you're thinking. I could be a complete idiot to you, but now, oh my god, you just quoted Abraham Lincoln, you just quoted Gandhi, oh my god, MLK. MLK always works really good. Again, I'm getting their attention. Anecdote is your story. Give me a short little story about you using SendOutCards or the benefit. You know, I always love hearing, Cody's story about his brother, right? Right, that is what gets your attention. Slice of life, anecdote is somebody else's story, Anecdote is somebody else's story, slice of life is your story. Okay, anecdote is somebody else's story, slice of life is your story. All right, so you're gonna get their attention. You wanna get into the theater of their minds. The next thing is gonna say your name and the name of your product. So this is where you say, yeah, I'm Maurice Domino. I represent an unbelievable company called SendOutCards. Now you can say, why are you saying your name? And, all right, and I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. On number 7, put your name and product again. You're going to say it twice. Now, where did I learn this project? Where did I learn this from? I learned this from rap stars. Look at me. I'm a rap aficionado. What do you think? No, not at all. But I don't listen to rap, but I know about Snoop Doggy Dogg, I know about Usher, I know about 2 Chainz, I know about Dr. Dre. How do I know Dr. 2 Chainz? How do I know that? Because guess what? You listen to one rap song, and what do? They repeat their names over and over again. And I think that's a beautiful marketing piece. I'm Snoop Doggy Dogg, double D-O-G. Usher, Usher, Usher. 2 Chainz! 2 Chainz! Oh, that's what How does this white boy know about rap stars? Why? Because they repeat their names. Don't kid yourself. Each and every one of you are Googleable. And that is a word. Googleable. So if they're not going to walk away with my opportunity, they're going to at least walk away with my name attached to SendOutCards. Maurice Domino, SendOutCards. Okay. Number 3, benefit story. This is something that I invented. Sure, there's stories. Sure, there's benefits. But this is a new breed. Benefit story. This is one way to really, really trump up your card, really show what you're about, and let other people build you up. What do I mean? How many of you have testimonials? right? When it comes to SendOutCards. So, oh, this person did that, right? So, Judy, you have a testimonial of somebody. Now, what I want you to do, Judy, is this. I want you to take that testimonial of somebody using SendOutCards, but also share with me the benefit. You know, I had a niece that used SendOutCards, and now she's closer with her family than ever. Story with a benefit. Everybody just get that? Story. Now, why am I doing that? Stage 3. Because as I'm telling the story, guess what the people are doing? Remember the theater of the mind? You're already up in there. They're now taking the place of the niece, of the cousin, of the aunt, of the uncle, I mean, whatever it is, business owner. They're walking through it. And like, oh my gosh, I could do the same thing. I'm sure when Bruce goes to different restaurants and all this, he says, Vivian's Cafe, right? They send out 3 cards, and guess what? They get 4 back. Imagine what's that doing for their business. Let me tell you something. That new restaurant owner is not imagining what it's doing for Vivian's business. What do you think they're thinking? My gosh, what does it mean for my business? Benefit stories. I want you guys to be story collectors. Not only that, tell me the story, but tell me the benefit of it. Why? Because now you're actually allowing somebody else build you up. Right? Benefit story. Next, who is your audience? Number 4, who is your audience? Let me know, if you're talking to me, who's the best person that could use SendOutCards? Right? SendOutCards is great for your business. It's great for retailers. It's great for, I don't know about you, but I like Johnny Sixpack and maybe Mommy Mabel. Aunt Mabel. With her syrup. So who is your audience? Let me know. Because let me tell you something. Yeah, maybe that person sitting across from you, maybe they're not your client. In case is everyone going to be a client? No. But do you think they know somebody that could be your client? You've just created an advocate from a total stranger. Number 5, this is key. This is where we totally dropped the ball. Number 5 is call to action. Call to action. This is, I forgot who I was speaking to this morning, but this is where we dropped the ball. We're great at content, we're great at opportunity and all that, but after you talk to me, I have no idea what you want me to do with that information. Tell me. Tell me in no insulting terms. Hey, you know what? Why don't you go visit SendOutCards.com/Maurice Domino. There's a couple of videos there, right? Thank you for your business. I'll give you a call Tuesday at 3 o'clock. I speak in definites. I speak in specifics. Right? I gave them a call to action. Casey Affection calls it a CTA. And this is where we're leaving money on the table without an effective CTA. Call to action, even on the one-on-one. Number 6, make them an offer. Now, being Sicilian, I always like to say make them an offer that they can't refuse, but make them an offer. In other words, that call to action is what you want them to do immediately. But making them an offer is not only for them, but for people that they know. Hey, when you visit SendOutCards.com/Maurice Domino, and when you share that with your friends, guess what? That instantly builds your opportunity within the thing. In fact, not only that, I'll be happy to send you some free cards, and you'll be able to send free cards to your group. Right? Now I'm expanding my sphere of influence beyond the person that's standing in front of me. Now, is that a benefit to them? Yeah, now they look good to their friends and all that. Oh my gosh, hey, you want a couple of free cards? Talk to this guy. Do they think, now are they looking good to their friends? You better believe it, right? They're giving them a benefit. And the last one there, again, your name and SendOutCards. Now, a lot of people say, Maurice, if I'm standing in line for 5 minutes, can I do all of this? No. I'm going to say this. Put a star by number 1, by number 2, by number 5, and number 7. The reason I asked you to start that's the bare minimum. Those other points, you can mix it up. How many of you belong to networking events? All right? Okay, so how many of you, when you go to those networking events, you have like 30 seconds to a minute to introduce yourselves at the beginning? Well, here it is. Create your verbal business card for those events. Now, instead of saying the same thing over and over again, because I know I go to a couple of them and the people say the same thing over and over again. Now, Kathy, change it up. What I mean by change it up, this week, right, the first week of the month, I'll do a benefit story. The second week of the month, I'll tell them who my audience is. The third week of the month, I'll give them, I'll make them an offer. See, now I change it up, but what's happening? Now this is the beauty of it. Consistency of message. Write that down for me. Consistency of message. We're getting high level here. This is probably for another Super Saturday. This is something that I learned on Madison Avenue. Yes, I'm a madman. We had no grand illusions when we showed you a commercial for a box of tissues, a 6-pack of beer, or for a copy machine that you were going to run out in your PJs and go buy it. But we knew with consistency of message, when you were with the cold, thirsty, or you needed photocopies, you bought Kleenex, Budweiser, and Xerox, some of the companies I work with. Right? Consistency of message. So now when you go into those networking events, now here it is. Here's your 30 seconds, here's your 1 minute. Now, not only that, as I'm listening to you, I know what's in it for me, the benefit story. Not only that, you're telling me exactly what to do. Come up to you and get a free card. Not only that, I know who you're working with, who's your best customer. I could be an advocate for you, even though maybe I'm not interested right now. Why? I live in stage 3. Right? It seems like I scared you guys. I got really quiet all of a sudden. Any questions? Any comments? Any bananas? What ifs? Then I have a question for you guys. Who's going to give this a try? That's all I ask you to do. That's all I give it a try. And all I'm going to say is observe the other person. Because now you come from their point of view of what's in it for them. Now they're going to have a clear picture. Right? Yes, Maria.
I just want to make a comment on what you're saying.
Yes.
I was in the store the other day and waiting, to pay. The customer in front of me asked the cashier, "Do you know of a notary?" Around here. And as she's saying that, excuse me, I introduced myself as I'm a notary. May I help you? Sure enough, I always carry my suitcase in the car. We went out to her car. Her husband was in the car. She was there. On the hood, signed the paper. I just spent $15 for what I bought, and I left there even.
Yeah.
Charged $10 for signature, made 20, paid 15 in the store.
So Marie,
groceries.
So Marie, would you agree with me? There's opportunities everywhere you go.
Always have your Scooby years out.
All over we do. Alrighty. I'll be here throughout. So if you have a question or comment about that, trust me, I am here. And again, if you would like to join us next weekend, come see me. I want to say thanks to one of my best friends and somebody that inspires me. Let's bring him back up here, Casey Alvarado.
I held up a note during lunch that says I'm going to bring Maurice back up after lunch and we'll kind of continue this conversation. We've got lunch downstairs. We're going to take a half hour for lunch. That should be enough time to get pizza. There's tables down there. You can bring it back up here, talk amongst yourselves, get to know each other. When we come back from lunch, we're going to do some raffle prize giveaways. We're going to talk about the mobile app and how to use that and really help drive business with that phone app. And I want to touch on what Maria was just talking about when we come back from lunch. But that's my tease. So go downstairs, grab some lunch, you guys. We'll see you in a half hour. Okay. So we had a good lunch, yeah?
Yes, thank you,
Casey. Absolutely. So we're gonna spend the next hour and 15 minutes or so. I'm gonna probably bring Maurice back up in the middle of this as well. But I want to share with you guys kind of a bunch of different opportunities that we have that I think some of us aren't really utilizing.
Say that again.
I want to be able to share with you some ways to build SendOutCards that I think a lot of people are missing. Now I'm going to tell you ahead of time when I show you this stuff, it's a little bit higher thinking. It's a little bit more advanced, okay? Are we all cool with that?
But don't be afraid of it.
Yeah, but don't be afraid of it. So I want to share with you what happened in Las Vegas. Oh, Anson, you photobombed this card as well. So when we were in Las Vegas last week, I wanted to demonstrate the phone app. As you remember, I had the statue from Hawaii on the phone. But what we did was I actually demonstrated how to use the phone app. So this is the card that actually came from that from that event. Thank you. Jeez, I got ranch and pizza flowing through my veins. I'm a little bit slow now. Are you going to
There goes that advanced training right up
Yeah,
there.
Not so advanced. So, yeah, hook me up here. Let's. Okay. Oh, okay.
That's a better picture.
Yeah, isn't that a better picture? So this is in Phoenix, Arizona at the Franklin Lloyd Wright House. That if you have been around Phoenix or you know anything about it, it's awesome. It's awesome. So what I want to be able to share with you guys is I want to walk through a demonstration of the phone app, of exactly how to use it, and then I want to talk about how to use it. So for example, how many of you have business cards right now? You can raise them, you know that I get squishy about business cards. And when somebody says to you at a networking event and they say, hey, do you have a business card? How many of you hand that person a business card? Raise your hands. All of you that have them should be raising them, right? Well, what if, instead of handing somebody a business card, you simply said, you know what, I know that's just going to get put on your desk or put in your pocket, so why don't I actually just send you a greeting card with my information on the inside of it, so that it'll stand out from the crowd, and when you get home in the next couple of days, you'll have a way to get back in touch with me rather than just putting this business card in that same stack with everybody. Nice. Bam! Is what you're looking for. Hashtag boom. Right? So I'm going to use Maria as an example because she said something a little bit earlier today that just hit me really hard. Which she said she was in the grocery store and she ended up being able to bring somebody onto her notary business just by having her ears open and listening for the opportunity. In my world, I call that a show on the go. Okay? So let me ask you this. How many of you right now in your car or in your briefcase have paper applications to sign up and send out cards? One. So what happens to you when you're sitting down with Dave and Dave says, I'm ready to go, and you're in no place where there's internet connection?
Phone app? Phone app. You can sign up.
Okay, so what if the phone app doesn't work?
Paper.
Need paper application.
You guys, we have to be ready when somebody's ready to go. I posted in Facebook the other day the fact that I had ready to sign somebody up and I had procrastinated on putting them in the system because I didn't have a piece of paper to sign them up, and I lost them.
After I read that, I had a girl call me saying, I want to do this now, and I want to do this before I spend the money on something else. I literally pulled my car over to the side of the road and signed her up over the phone, because after I read that, I was like...
Kathy has another business, and one thing I can say about Kathy is she is ready at any given moment to take care of business. Right? And I think a lot of us, we say, oh, we're building a SendOutCard business, but are we really? I mean, if I want to sign up in your business, and you don't have the ability to sign me up on the spot, that's not, to me, that's hobby. That's it. To me, I learned my lesson. You can't go anywhere in this office. This is the office I work in. You can't go anywhere in this office without paper applications for SendOutCards by literally within 5 feet of every phone. Right? I'm going to suggest that you have at your fingertips every possible conceivable way to get business done when it's ready to be done. We're going through some maintenance challenges on the not challenges, but we're going through maintenance right now on the website. Why? Because they're upgrading it. They might be putting, I don't know, a new card editor in the back. But we're doing lots of site maintenance things right now. So what happens if Hank is sitting next to a restaurant that's ready to do 1,000 people, 1,000 cards per month on a 12-month campaign, and he's like, oh,
Oh, no.
I'll have to be back on Monday.
No, I'll have the artwork to you tonight in your email basket.
Exactly. You got to be on the go. If somebody's ready to go, I'm just going to beg you, be ready to have somebody, to be able to have somebody up. Now, I'm going to share with you.
You're already getting messages.
Oh, jeez. This is the problem. Right?
You need to turn the slide projector off until you're ready to roll.
Yes, that's probably a good idea.
Slide.
Okay, so I'm going to share a story how I use the phone app, and this is an absolute true story. 2 MDs ago, I was at a conference, and I do not attend conferences as an attendee for no other reason than I'm usually a speaker at them and I'm sitting in a conference. Bless you, Paul. sometimes is just not my deal. So there's one conference I attend a year as an attendee, other than Marisa Boot Camp.
Thank you.
Yes, right? By the way, I know a couple of you have talked to Maurice about joining him next weekend. I highly recommend it. You can talk to him at the break. I will be there on Sunday for a little bit as well. You know, I can't be there the whole time this time, but absolutely awesome. So let me share with you what happened at this conference. So I'm at this conference, and this lady comes up to me and she's like, "Hey, are you Casey Everhart?" And I said, "Yeah." She goes, "I saw you speak in Dallas 5 years ago." And I was like, "Wow, then I still got it." That R-bond works wonders, right? So her name is Jennifer. So I shook her hand. I said, "Jennifer," and we were there with about 4,000 people. It was in Las Vegas, and she says, "Oh, do you have a business card? I'd love to stay in touch." And I said, "Actually, I don't have business cards. I don't take them anymore." She's like, "Oh, really?" I said, "Well, why don't I do this? Why don't I just send you my information so you actually have it in your hands in the next couple of days so you don't lose it between now and your travel time?" So I simply took the phone app, I snapped a picture of us, much like this. I make the same face in every selfie. Neil knows because I'm going to show you Neil. I did the same thing with Neil. I have the same face. I simply took a picture. I sat there and I said, where should I send? I said, here we go. And I put my information in there, gave her my name, my phone number. I said, "Have a great time." I said, "Do you like brownies or caramel apples?" She's like, "What?" I said, "Oh, brownies, okay, fine." Click the button, brownies. I said, "Where do you want this sent?" And she's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm actually going to send our picture to you in a greeting card with some brownies." She's like, "From your phone?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Is that an app?" I said, "Yeah." She's like, "Well, how much is the app?" I said, "It's $400. This is exactly what she did. She just went, although she reached into her purse, pulled out her credit card, set it in front of me and said, "I'll be back at the break, sign me up." And walked away. And then I texted her during the presentation, and by the time the next break come, we had our next MD.
Love it!
Business people don't care about the price, you guys. It's all about the benefit. She saw it as a way for her to stay in touch with her people that she presents to one-on-one in the same way that I did. So when you're at a networking event and somebody says, "Do you have a business card?" why say yes and hand a business card to them rather than say, "I actually don't"? You know what I do have is I have a way to send that to you where it can go to your office or to your house so you can call me right when you get it. Let's take a quick picture so you remember me. Take a quick picture and then send them a card right from your phone. Now, what's going to happen when you're doing that?
They're engaged.
You get your
They're engaged. I get all their contact information. What else?
You get a demo. They saw it.
You just get a demo. Is it pretty much going to be only that one person standing there when you're doing the demo?
No.
No. All of a sudden, you're going to have a bunch of people standing around you going, "What the hell are you doing?" "Oh, I'm sending Mike a card from my phone." "A card? What are you talking about? A business card? An e-card? A phone card?" "No, an actual free card." You're pretty much doing the demo, answering questions right there. And you know what else? You know what the next person is going to say?
Me next.
"Me next." Exactly right.
Especially,
Okay, Hank.
especially if they hear you say you like brownies or caramel.
Exactly. Go ahead. Let's take a quick picture. Take a picture of them. Put it on the phone. Hit the send button now. You know what's going to happen when you do it twice? Me next. Me next. Me next. And then you know what's going to happen? You're going to slow the meeting down because you're going to have a bunch of people standing around you while you're sending in cards to them. And you will be the last one to leave, and you will have sent out multiple cards from your phone. And brownies. Only send brownies to the cool people. Right? Is that what you said? Or you were thinking it?
No, that's what she got.
And exactly. Oh, shoot.
You know what you could have. That could have just as easily gone.
That could have gone totally different ways. Totally different ways. So what I want to do is I want to actually show you the demonstration of exactly how easy this phone app is to use. And I want to use Maria, but I want us to play role reversal. Actually, you know what? I want to play a role reversal. So I want to play the notary. Okay? I want to play the notary, and I'm going to have Maria. I'm going to have Maria play the person I'm doing a presentation for. So let me give you a couple of examples before I demonstrate this.
Maybe I should demo it and then give you the examples.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's demo it first. Okay.
Was it only for iPhone still?
No.
No.
That'll help it.
You can use it on any phone.
So doesn't Casey look great today?
Good job, man.
Okay, so you guys, this is
You have my name spelt wrong in your system.
Oh no! It's a good.
Thanks.
It's actually a fairly scary thing. There are lots of people that have different spellings of their names that have words attached to it. Please do not text me.
So I just want you to know that I'm getting assaulted back here because she says, you think my unread emails are bad. You've got 37,000 unread emails and I'm trying to
This is why, so this is a very good point, you guys. This is why when people say to me, oh, I send emails to people, I try to explain that emails don't work.
Yes.
I'm currently sitting with 37,000 unread emails. And by the way, those are emails that have went unread, but I roll about 1,000 emails a day coming through my business.
Wow.
Mine only says 1,000 plus, but I don't have an exact.
Okay, so here's. Okay, so let me roll through this demo. So this is the iPhone app. This is the iPhone app demo. Now, you guys, I want to show this because we're going to record this for corporate. I'm going to ask for your participation with this.
I'm being an adult here, man.
Okay.
That wasn't me.
I'm going to ask again. I'm actually, this is the serious point. I have to record this. If I don't get through this demo, then it won't be used, and we'll have to do it again, and I'll have to keep doing it until. So please, if you're in the room, don't text me. Please don't text other people to text me. Let's just roll through it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, here we go. So this is one of the screens on my phone. This is for the phone app. You can see here, these are just my different screens here. So I have the SendOutCards app right next to my own phone app. I have a phone app for me, which you can download if you want. But so all I'm going to do is I'm having a conversation with Maria. At the end of the conversation, I want to stay in touch with Maria. I want to be able to capture the memory of us together. So I'm simply going to go right here. We're going to log in.
Very sexy.
Is there a way to stay logged in?
Yes, it usually does. I clicked out of it and clicked back in. So, okay, so this is the phone. You guys can see this is just connected with a cable and an adapter. By the way, if you would like to get a cable and an adapter, I would talk to Bruce. Bruce found a bunch of these that he's made kits out of, so you can have the same kit. So if you have a projector and you want to use this at a trade show, or you want to use this at your BNI or LaTip or team meeting, it's worth us $50. Talk to Bruce. You can get the cable and the adapter. Okay, it's for the iPhone.
25 foot.
And this is 25 feet. So when I go to trade shows now, I can walk out in the middle of people and go, hey, let's send this. Imagine if you're at a trade show and I'm like, hey, Mike, let's take a picture and do this. And I've got it being demonstrated on the giant screen. It's very, very powerful.
You are on your phone right now.
I am on my phone live right now. Okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click that top card and the photo card. Gives me the same two options here. We've got the left, right, or top, bottom. So we're going to go to the top, bottom. I click this. I'm going to create the card. When I click and create the card, it's going to come up and here's the front of the card. It says your photo here. Now remember, I'm with Maria. So we're going to come up here. It says, do I want to take one from the photo library?
How did you bring that up?
Okay, let's go back. I'm going to ask, let's go back.
Let's let Casey go
Okay,
through this
you
and
guys,
ask questions.
I'm
later.
going to ask
Yes.
one more time. I have to record this for corporate. Please, I'm begging you. Just let me get through the demo, and I'll answer every single question. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do I have your commitment that you guys will just be a great audience for the next 5 minutes?
Yes.
Please. Okay. So, we're going to start again. Are you ready?
Wait 1 second. Duct tape.
Okay. So you guys, so what I've done here is I've logged into the phone. and we have the phone app on the screen here. So I've just attached it to a 25-foot cord so you can see this and an adapter. So I have the ability, if I'm at a trade show, or if I'm at a BNI meeting, or I'm at a sales meeting, or whatever, I can simply walk around. But this is live, my phone, live right in front of us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to click the SendOutCards app, and it's going to come up here. Now, let me go back here.
Take 3.
Okay, we're going to take 3 again. Sorry, guys. Start over.
It's okay, it's all good. Let's do it for
We'll
the
fix
top.
it in
No
post.
worries.
Do you want to log out of the app first?
No. Okay, so we're going to try it again.
It's all good.
So what I have here is I have the phone app, and we are live on my phone. We're live on my phone. I've just attached it to the projector using a cable and an adapter. Okay? So this is live my phone, and I'm going to walk you through how to use the phone app, and I'm going to use our newest MD in the room, Maria, as our example. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just click the phone app. This is what's going to pop up once you log in, and I'm using the iPhone app. Okay? I have the ability to pull a featured card, a birthday card, a thank you card, or my card. So if you have my cards, it will actually pull up your favorites and the cards that you've already created. In this particular demonstration, what I want to be able to do is show you how to do it in real time with somebody that you're sitting across from in a presentation. Okay? So just click photo card. Up's going to come the 2 different versions of the card. In this case, I'm going to do a top-bottom card. When I get to this screen, it's going to say a 2-panel card. I just click Create Card. That's telling the system that we want to be able to create a card. So in a case when I'm talking to Maria, what I can do is I'm going to flip a little bit. You guys are going to be able to watch what I do on screen, but I want you to listen to the conversation as I'm having it real time with Maria. So Maria, what I'd love to be able to do is I want to be able to take a picture of us. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this. I have the same face in every picture. Okay? So we're going to go ahead. We got a couple of photo balls. Excellent. Excellent. We have Hank, we have Cher, we have Maurice. Good thing they're paying attention. Okay? So once I have the picture here, I can slide it and I can maneuver it. So if I want to make sure Hank's not in the picture, I can.
I think you should.
Okay? So we'll just go ahead and click Maria, and we're going to go ahead and click Continue. So what this is doing, Maria, is this is just generating a greeting card inside the card. I'm going to then swipe it. We're going to swipe it to the next screen. This next screen is going to give us the inside top of the card. I'm really lazy, Maria, so I don't ever write anything on there. So then I'm just going to go to the bottom here, and what I want to do, Maria, is I want to be able to send you my information so that you end up having it. So if I click this F, I can go in here and I can change the font. I can go in here. And this is a really unique feature. I can make the font bigger or smaller. For those of you that work with clients that are older in generations, you might increase the size of the font so that people can see it and they don't have to take out their owl out of their wallet. Okay? So I can do that. 3 people know what the owl is. You guys don't watch late night infomercials. Okay? And I can also change the color of the font, so we'll just change it to this fancy little blue here. Okay? And we're going to go in here, and now I can flip back here. Hey, Maria. And I'm just simply typing, right? Now, if I want to get a little bit more fancy during this, I can just simply go, welcome to the team. We're so excited to have you, exclamation point.
I love that. I love that part.
Okay? I can simply change that. I can go back here, give me a call when you get this, as I want to make sure the gift arrives safely.
You're a great typist.
Okay, so I've just written this little message. Now what I'm going to do for Maria is, Maria, I'm going to actually send this to myself so we don't put your address up on the screen. But I've simply typed her a quick message. So if you're meeting with somebody, you can just simply say, give me a call when you get this. Here's my name, email address, and phone number. If there's some pertinent information that you want to give somebody, you can drop it right in here. If you really want to get fancy, you could actually type this out and save it and then copy it, and then you could just paste in the message so you don't have to keep typing it out. Now, in real time, when I'm across from somebody, I'm typing it and I'm talking it at the same time because I want to go fast. Okay? So I just simply click done. So right now it's just going ahead and it's just creating it. So I'm just going to add it to cart. Now there we go, there's our picture. Then when we pull up the gifts, I click all gifts, and this is what I say. I say, Maria, hey, which do you prefer? Do you enjoy brownies, gummy bears, or caramel apples? Caramel apples, brownies. I knew that's what you were going to say. Right? So I add brownies. I'm only saying this because I know the card's coming to me. I'll send you another card privately. Okay, now, if I want to add a couple of more, I can just simply add two things of brownies, and I click Add to Cart. Okay? So right now what it's doing is it's added two packs of brownies, and it's created this card. It's told me it's costing me 3 points, 10 points, total of 20 points. I simply click Checkout. It's going to show my return address right here. I click Continue to Checkout. I have the ability to either send a new recipient or a contact that's already in the system. So if you're someone like Hank or Sharon that are out constantly around the same people, start doing this with the people that you already have it, and it'll save a step. Okay? So I want to add a recipient. So in this case, I'm going to pretend that my name is Maria. So I would just simply go here, and then Maria, what's your address? It's 5848 Hazeltine. J-Z-E-L-T-I-N-E Avenue, Unit 2. Sherman Oaks, CA 91401. Now, really key, you have to put that it's in the United States on this country, or it won't send. Most of the time when I work with people and they say, I can't get the thing, it just spins and it doesn't do anything, I can't get past that. You do have to tell it that it goes to the USA. Okay, so just a little helpful hint. I can save this as a new contact just by clicking this. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Up until yesterday, this has been something I have been talking, and I know they know I'm doing this demonstration today. So I now have the ability to add their email address and add their phone number, which is something that is brand new as of today. I couldn't figure out why they were all excited, why Steve and Vanessa kept texting me saying, you're going to have fun tomorrow. I just figured out why. Okay, so I save it as a new contact. I can add their address, I can email address, and I can add their phone number. Now, at a networking event, you now have all their information for you to follow up on. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's hashtag hot. Okay, double T. I click done.
You gotta put your last name on the second one.
Oh. So, I know it's going to say it twice, but continue to check out. So here it's going to just give me the confirmation. I click continue. It's going to now tell me the payment. My payment is going to be $8 because I sent two packs of brownies. By the way, that's about $1 a brownie. Okay? And then I've got some points assigned with the card itself. And as you can see, what the system right now is doing, Maria, is just simply creating the card, it's sending it to the computer for production, and that card is now sent. Okay? How valuable would it have been to Maria as a notary if at the end of signing documents on the hood of a car, right, she has a customer in her hands that are signing papers, being able to say, hey Patty Joe, let's take a quick picture, I want to be able to send you my information. And thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to do this on the car hood. Let me send some brownies to add it. Now, it comes into a chance if we did not lose that customer totally, we now have all their information in our phone to now be able to dial back. Is that cool or is that cool?
That's cool.
Okay, so is that a good demonstration, you guys? Okay. Awesome. So, let's talk about how we can use this in real time. Now remember, a couple of things about the demonstration is, remember, I'm trying to explain to you guys at the same time that I'm doing it, so it slows it down. It'll speed up if you already have them in the system. It'll also speed up if you already have a picture of them. My suggestion is sometimes, if you're in a place where it's a little sketchy, is take the picture first, then go into the phone app so the picture is saved. Because if you get partway through it and it doesn't go through, you'll lose it. Does that make sense? Okay? Now, let's go back here.
Gee, wonder when they're adding the birthday under the phone and email address.
That's next. So,
and your mother's maiden name. Oh, we can put 6 for 16 digits. We can right here.
You can sign somebody up as a customer or as a rep on the phone. So, I want to show you guys one thing that I didn't show in the demonstration. If you go to this upper box up here, you'll see that the layouts actually are available to you as well. So I was doing a quick one, but if I wanted to add a picture, say, on the inside, or I wanted to say, hey, Hank, it was nice to meet you, and I take a picture of Hank.
So you have one already.
Right? So you two smile. Okay?
Yeah, you outed her. I get it.
Okay? So now what I can do is I can cut Dean and Neil out. Okay? Now what I'm doing here is I did the layout, but you guys realize what I'm doing is I'm doing a different layout. Now I have the picture on the front. Okay, now what it's doing is now it's going to put that on the front of a card. And now we have the new front of the card. We can still adjust the text, so on and so forth.
Sharon likes the caramel apple.
Excellent. I'll send it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
caramel apple.
Well, let's go through that. I don't want to go through too much more. Well, here's the thing. It can be as creative as you want it to be. So Maria could have done that on the hood of a car right at the time. Right at the top. What I actually do is I'll take their picture, and if I don't have the time or I'm not trying to demo it in front of them because I want them to see it, I'll actually just do it from my car. I'll get in the car and I'll send them the thank you note right from the car. The other thing I do is I send them from my phone when I'm on the phone with someone. So if I'm on the phone with Helen and she and I are talking, and I'm on a landline, I'm sending her a card from my phone. It is awesome. So, we're all about driving what?
Volume.
Okay. So is this cool?
Yes.
Okay.
Case.
Yeah.
The first couple times you do it, you may want to, when you get home before 11 o'clock at night, just check the card.
Yeah.
Just
great point.
Because when you're new at doing this, like Casey can type 1,000 words a minute up there with his phone. Sometimes it's up. So go in to your card editor, check it, make sure it's set up the way you want, and then just send it on its way.
Absolutely, yes, Mike.
Does it work identically for both platforms?
I do not use anything other than the iPhone app, so I believe that it looks very similar to the regular. Very similar, but you need to try it on your own device. Okay? Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you the true story of how I started using the phone app. I was a guy that sat back and went, this is not going to work, this is too hard for me, I'm not going to sit and have the patience to sit and dabble through the phone app. And Vanessa actually called me. She said, have you used the phone app yet? And I said, no. She's like, I need you to use it. I said, this is nothing, it's hard. Here's the thing. I sat, remember that conference I was telling you about? I sat in line at the conference and I just started practicing. And I clicked every button. I sent some hideous cards with just people in the line. I sent a picture of a card from the floor. But I practiced it. That's all I was doing was practicing it. And I knew that I had the ability to get back to my hotel room and delete the card before it was sent out. So I'm just going to encourage you that the more you practice, the better off you're going to be. Okay? So I want to go through I want to give you guys some ideas because the more people that see this, the more people will jump on. And I'm going to tell you, this is my opinion, I actually think the phone app is easier to use than the website. If you really think about it, it's just easier to use because there's less options.
For sending cards.
Yeah. You don't have a bunch of clip art and
You don't have clip arts and elements and all that stuff. Now you can make it as fancy or as non-fancy as you want. I like to just keep it simple. Taking a picture of somebody that you're meeting with at the end and sending them brownies, bam. Okay? So let's talk about some different ways that we can share this with our customer or our audience, because we live in stage 3. Okay. So since we're in stage 3, we always want to make it about the audience, right? So even though I could absolutely take a picture of myself and Maria, if Maria's there with her grandkids, I'm going to take a picture of them. Make it about the audience. So I have a couple of ideas, but I want to get your guys' ideas as well about how we can share this with our customers. Okay? So let me give you an example from a realtor perspective. Okay? Now, people that have been around me long enough will know that I say this over and 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 over again. Realtor is 2 syllables, it is not 3. They are not realtors. When you call a realtor, they think it's a swear word and disrespectful, because it clearly shows that you don't know what their profession is called. I can tell you this from experience, having been yanked off of a stage in front of 250 realtors because I was stubborn and kept saying realtor, even after they kept telling me it was realtor. They literally cut my microphone and the manager came up and said, I'm done. So I am on a mission to make sure that we all speak their language. Okay, so it's a realtor. So let's walk this through a minute. Realtors go through any realtors in the room? We have any real estate people in the room? Okay, so what happens is they put you guys in a car and they drive you to a bunch of houses. The first one's always going to be out of your budget, right? And not what you want, because they want to test what your bounds are. This is real estate 101, right? First house you put them in is one that's outside their price range, so you test whether or not they love it, and it's their boundary. Okay? Not that I know that. Okay, so I've coached a couple of realtors. So then they put you in the car and they drive around to different houses, right? We all experienced that. People that have had houses, that's what happens. So what sets your realtor apart from one of the other realtors, right? The realtor stands to lose the deal up until the point that the papers are signed. Okay? And it's a big chunk of money these guys spend to get you to sign that piece of paper. They've got marketing costs, cost time away from their family. So anything we can do to help the realtor stay in touch with that client, the better off we are. So how about this? If you go as a real estate agent, you put somebody in the car and you drive them around to let's say we're going to go to 4. Let's say we're going to look at 6 houses today, right? That's about normal for a day. Okay, 6 houses. You got your little phone app handy? I'm telling you this so that you can share this with your realtor friends. Okay? So you go to house 1. Everybody piles out of the car and they get up to house 1 and they hate the house. Right? It's outside the price range, it's outside the budget. Well, we don't do anything. We put it back in the car and we take it to house 2. And house 2 is, oh my gosh, they're so excited. They love the house. Okay? So, what normally happens is the real estate agent marks it down, and then there might be a piece of paper inside the house if it's on Caravan or at an open house, and they give them what's called a setup, which is the piece of paper that has all the stupid details about the house on it, right? They have language that you can't read because there's lots of slashes and dashes and all kinds of stuff. They don't know how to read it. Okay? So if I'm a real estate agent, here's what I do. Hey Mary, I know you like house 2, let's do this. Stand in front of the house, let me take a quick picture with my phone. And what did you like best about the house? Oh, you liked that it had a pink bathtub in it? Awesome. So Mary, this house is at 5848 Hazeltine. If you remember, this is the one that has the pink bathtub. What else did you like? Oh, the fact that it had a driveway made of gravel, and you really liked the gravel driveway. The price on this house is $849. It's at 5848 Hazeltine. Bam. We hit send. It goes immediately, right? So house 2, we've done that. House 3 we go to, they don't like. House 4 they go to, they love house 4. House 4, Mary, since you love house 4, why don't I take a picture? We're going to do the same thing. Bam, I take a picture. Mary, what did you like best about this house? Oh, the fact that it had solar panels. Mary, if you remember right, this is the house that had solar panels, and you really liked that it was well lit in the neighborhood and that it was close to a school. This house is $749 and it's located at 121212 Covella Street. Bam, hit send and it's gone. House 5, same thing, and house 6, same thing. I want you to think about this from a consumer standpoint. 2 or 3 days later, what's going to happen is Mary's going to get all of these cards in the mail with her picture on the front of them, triggering which one she likes, And inside, we now are speaking her language. We're sharing it with the audience, stage 3, about being able to give the consumer apples to apples and oranges to oranges in our language in the way that they can understand it. Now they can lay those 4 cards out, and they can use those 4 cards as a way to make a buying decision. If your realtor did that, think about the power of this. If you're a real estate agent, you do that and nobody else does. Are they going to really go anywhere else? No. It's game over. So could you do the same thing with a car dealer?
Oh, yeah.
I go in, if I test drive 7 cars, and they took my picture and sent me a card with me in the driver's seat of 3 of them, think about the power of that. You guys see that? Networking events, right? Networking events. We already kind of talked about that. What about if somebody's winning an award? You go up right in front of the whole group, bam, you're taking a picture and you just stand there. It looks like you're texting. A couple of days later, they get a card in the mail. And you can celebrate them right from the deal. You're a speaker, right? If you were a speaker, you take a picture of the whole audience, do a demonstration right from the front of the room. Right? This is about using the technology in real time. So, some of us are scared of technology, right? Yeah, oh, I'm scared of technology. But here's the thing, here's the funny thing. Whenever I hear people say that they're scared of technology, I was like, oh, awesome, can you text me real quick, text me your phone number? Oh yeah, hang on, let me text you. And I'll sit there and be like, oh, she's really afraid of technology. And they'll say, since you're so afraid of technology, how is it that before the way you used to communicate was with a something this big that had a cord attached to the wall, and now you are taking a thing the size of a credit card or a checkbook and fingering in a message that's going to space and back to communicate? It's not that technology is scary. What it is that we eased you into this texting technology. Right? We eased you into what it was like to have a remote phone. Right? Remember, first it was this big and it sat on a big thing? Hello? And then you had your first mobile phone and it was this.
From 1982.
And then we got to a point where we were like, oh, that's too big, so we went crazy. And remember this thing? Hello? And it was who could make the smallest phone at all? And we're still like, hello, and you had to give it one of these, right? And now we're back. And now we're back to the point where now we've got a laptop pressed up against our face, right? But we're adapting. We're just adapting. And there are early adopters and late adopters, right? Like I have a friend that just is like hell bent on not having a cell phone, and then he gets mad when people are on a cell phone. It's like, well, you're old. I mean, same with grandparents. This is my favorite. If you're a grandparent in the room and your #1 complaint is that your grandkids won't pick up the phone and call you back, and here's how you help the grandfolks that you know. Say, I'll tell you what. I do this in huge rooms. Like when I'm in front of thousands of people, I will say this whole thing: that if you don't have your grandkids' communication and you pick up the phone and they don't call you back, do me a favor right now. Take out your phone and send them a text message. And within seconds, the grandkids are texting back. And then they're like, damn it, why are they texting? They won't call me. We have to communicate the way that our customers and our audience want to be communicated with. Right? So, are 15-year-olds right now a good group to start working with? Yes. They're going to be 3 years from now making buying decisions. They're going to have credit cards. Right? They will communicate this way. So let's give a couple. Yes, Hank.
We did a marketing boot camp 2 weekends ago. We had a woman at the front, 70, woman next door, 50-something, guy next door, 44, and a 16-year-old. The 16-year-old had never seen a fax machine. The kid had never seen a phone that had a dial and had barely seen one where you could press buttons. And when there were people in our audience that said, yeah, that kid is our target market, and they had no concept how to deliver their message to him.
Mm-hmm. It's exactly right.
And they were the most scared and the most shocked when we had them up in front.
And I will guess that older group is the group that's going to networking events. Look around at your next chamber event. Go look at your B&I groups. You don't see 18 to 21-year-olds in B&I. The reason, first off, they're not getting up that early. And second of all, they don't see the need because that's not how they communicate. They don't get the efficiency of going and sitting in a restaurant having bad breakfast with the same 25 people every week. That's not their deal. Right? I speak at huge events, and inevitably, what ends up happening across the board, there will be 5,000 people in a room, huge rooms. Inevitably, there's one group of like 18 to 22-year-olds, and they sit in the first 2 rows, usually on this side. And they all sit there, and it looks like NASA Space Central. They've got phones on tripods and selfie sticks and all kinds of stuff. And everybody else around them is going, those guys are rude. I don't understand. What are they doing? They're texting. Right? That's my favorite, is when the older generation, when we sit there and go, those rude SOBs, they're just texting during my presentation. I hear this from speakers all the time, behind the room. I'm like, you should actually go ask them what they're doing, because the reality is what they're really doing is taking notes. What we think people are just texting and it can be rude, are really, the younger generation is taking notes. The younger generation is usually videotaping and recording in the front 2 rows. Why?
Easier to use.
Look at it later.
Easier to use, look it at later.
Share.
When the 2 16-year-olds that attended our event came in, they planted themselves in the front row.
Yep. What they are doing is they are creating content that they will drop online, search engine optimize it for my name, and they will take people that are searching for Casey Everard and drive them to their websites. That's what they're doing. That is a huge distinction. And if you don't think that's the case, go talk to your 16 to 18-year-olds right now. My nephew can have 100 people show up at a bowling alley with 1 Instagram, 1 Snapchat, or 1 Facebook post. Most of us are like, oh, what am I going to do to get 100 people to a bowling alley? I got to go pick them up in a bus. Right?
Really. That's our technology.
They got to communicate with people how they're going to be communicated with. Restaurants. Let's go back to what Bruce was talking about with restaurants. If you're a restaurant owner, couldn't you sit and when somebody comes in to celebrate a birthday, simply go and take a picture of the celebration? Hey, you guys, let me send you a birthday gift. We're going to send you some gummy bears. Do you think that that person is going to feel good? Yeah, especially after 3 or 4 Long Islands. Right? The ways that we use SendOutCards and technology, whether it's the phone app or the website, are changing daily. You're never going to, I hear this every once in a while, I wish SendOutCards would just stop and just stop changing. Never gonna happen. We're a technology firm. Imagine if we were the ones that ran telephones and we said, we like that cord in the wall, we are never changing.
Kodak. That dial thing.
Yeah, out of business. Like people will say to me, I have kids who will say to me, why are they putting phone numbers with letters under it, like 1-800-CAR-CASH? They don't have any concept of what that is. That was from the dial days where they had little numbers and letters. It's not what kids think. They want a Snapchat or they want a Facebook message, right? Super, super important. Any questions on this? What else can we come up with to be able to use this for businesses, you guys? Yeah.
I just went to the wedding, the Cashman show at the, what do you call it, the wedding, bridal
Expo.
Bridal Expo. And I go to the vendor tables, because they're all beautiful, the tables, they want to show them off, they're dressed in their vests and they're smiling. So we get into a chat. I mean, I just don't go snapping everybody. I actually go to the booths that I think are exceptional. I talk with them for a little bit, and after we get a little familiar, and I said, oh, can I take a picture with your booth? Oh my God, they're primed and pressed and ready to show off their stuff. And of course, I get their contact information, and then I send it to them and say, hey, it was great meeting you at the Bridal Expo. You had a fabulous booth. Let's set up a date for coffee, and I'd like to know more about what you do, and maybe show you how you can use this for your business. You know, so any vendor show, whether you're interested in the wedding, I mean, I don't need to go to Wedding Expo, obviously, but that was great, beautiful pictures that come out.
Here's the thing. We've got to think about how our consumers use this. Who are we thinking about? Stage 3. Excellent. So at a show where there's lots of vendors, here's what happens. The people that work those vendor booths hate it. It's horrible. They got to schlep this crap in, set it up, break it down, and they hate it. Right? My best work is done before the show ever opens. I could really care less once they open the doors because my work is done. I go around booth to booth. I'm like, oh my gosh, we got to take a picture of your booth, Juanita, because first off, we got to prove to the geeks back home that you did a beautiful job. Let's take a quick picture of you and your booth. Great. Now, if you want to be able to send this same card to all the people that give you leads during the thing, I'll send you my information. You just call me, let me know, and I'll be able to put that that picture right inside your system.
I remember years ago, you shared that you would pay for a booth, but you're never there.
Mm-hmm.
And that stayed with me all these years, so that it doesn't matter if my booth is empty, if it's manned or not.
Yeah.
There's cards, people don't get it, and then I took off just like you did.
Exactly. Think of this, you guys, at a trade show. No, every time somebody does this past a booth, you've lost them. So what most people will do at a trade show, like this is baffling to me. Most people at a trade show will want to engage in long-winded conversations with people at a booth. My role is get them through, get their card, get them through, get them through. I want nothing to have a conversation. How many of you buy stuff at trade shows? Nobody raises their hand. Because you're too busy walking around and walking the booth, filling your bag of crap that you're going to throw away when you get home.
Excuse me, there are 2 people in this room that make a living on that bag of crap.
And there are 30 people that will be making a living showing others how to stay in touch with their contacts. Right? So here's the deal. I'm not saying there isn't a place for promotional products. There clearly is, right? At a trade show, I just know that I walk out with a ton of stuff that normally goes in the trash can. Right? So when you're at a trade show, work with the vendors who have a need to stay in touch with those contacts. Could you offer to stay in touch with their contacts on their behalf? Charge them, put them on a customer account, put them at $40 a month or whatever, and then charge them an additional $1 for every card that you send out. Is it worth it? Yes, because then you hire your Girl Scout troop next door to do it, and you pay them 50 cents, and you take the spread and call it a day. I like to work smart, not hard. Carolyn.
Another idea for businesses is contractors, before and after pictures.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Contractors. Well, let's talk before and after pictures. Any weight loss company?
Right.
Makeup companies?
Beauticians.
Contractors? Roofers?
Yeah.
Right?
Hairstylists.
Hairstylists? So let's go back to contractors. I'll share a story with you from a roofer. So I used to do these home parties, right? And usually what happened were the wives would come and they would bring their husbands, and the only way we could get the husbands to go is if there was some sporting event on the TV in the other room. So I drove out to like Palmdale or one of these like way out there places, and I'm on this dirt road and I'm driving and I'm staying in this house, and this guy comes in and he's got his wife, and his wife was clearly drugged there, right? And he's like this the whole time. I can't believe I have to sit and listen to a card presentation. Right, rolling his eyes, arms folded, total douchebag. I meant to say dirtbag just then. Edit, Casey, edit. Right? Just making sure you guys are on your toes. Stage 3, baby, stage 3. So here's what happened. So I said, look, I'm going to use Dave for example. I mean, Dave, just stay in the room. I said, just let me give you my idea on how you could use this in your roofing business, and then you can go. Because it'll be great. So I said, yeah. I said, okay. Well, what do roofing companies usually have a problem with? They are hated in the neighborhood because their guys are there, they destroy the neighborhood, they leave their trucks there, they throw litter, they've got stuff, and it messes up the neighborhood. I said, Dave, what if you just were, I said, would it be worth $25 to you to make the neighborhood love you? To a roofing company, do they really think $25 is a big deal?
No.
No. He's like, yeah, what are you going to do? Right? And I said, well, Dave, what if you took a card and you took a picture of that house, the before picture of the house, and you put that and you sent that to everybody in the neighborhood, 5 houses on each side, 5 deep on each side, and you just simply said in this card, hey, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Dave. I'm the roofing contractor that's going to be beautifying one of the homes in your neighborhood. I want to just give you my personal cell phone number, and if any of my guys leave your house a mess, they're too loud, they show up before 8, they stay after 5, and they do anything to disrupt your unbelievably gorgeous neighborhood, I want you to give me a call personally. If not, feel free to stop over and any of my guys will sit and show you exactly how the roofing things work. We want to be a part of your neighborhood and making it better and more beautiful rather than destroying it and having you hate us. Boop! And that goes out to 25 people. What did we just do there?
Built rapport.
Build rapport?
Yeah.
Did we Sell even though we weren't selling?
Yes.
Yeah. Did we flip the paradigm of how roofing contractors are usually thought inside of a neighborhood? Did we build that? Did we build the neighborhood more stronger? More stronger? Absolutely. And the guy was like, the funny thing was it was all women and him, so he was really irritated. He was the first guy that went, I'm signing up, I don't even know how much this thing is, I'm in. He didn't care. Because what we did was we helped that business owner do one of the only two things that business owners want. Only two. What are they? Save time and make money. That's it. The difference is what you guys, a lot of us are doing, are going out to the roofing contract and going, ha ha ha, Dave, not only can you do this, let me show you a distributor option so you can make a side stream of income in case you're currently not happy at your roofing business. Then you can go build a team. You can do all of this stuff and build this team and get a check for $15,000 a month without doing anything. The dude wants to put roofs on houses. Right? Show them how to save time and make money in their business, and then when they get excited, they will share it with their peers. That's the point that you might be able to have that conversation. But are you really going to take a business owner out of what they're doing? Like, does it really make sense if I got a restaurant that's really using SendOutCards, am I trying to pitch him on going and building a side stream of income? No. Oh, you know, restaurants pay the ass that it is. Help them save time and make money. 80% of them will see the distributor option because $395 is a joke to them. I mean, that's less than rent, that's less than a phone bill, that's less than, you know, to put a sign on the front door. Does that make sense? You guys see how this can get really expansive really, really quick? This is awesome. So I'm going to do, let's do some raffle prizes, shall we?
Yeah.
I know you guys like raffle prizes. So Hank brought some raffle prizes. I have some raffle prizes. Let's give some raffle prizes away. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to give away 2 ginormous pencils first. And I am of the opinion, when I do raffles, I'm of the opinion that if you win, your ticket goes back in.
Oh.
Hey, if the Cosmos are with you, the Cosmos are with you. That's how I look at it. So last 3 numbers are 415 and 399.
415.
Woo! Awesome, there you go. That is a big ass pencil. There you go.
Yes, they're real.
Goes back in here, we mix it up. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So next we're going to give away, Kathy brought a copy of Rise of the Entrepreneur. This is the thing done by Eric Worre that has just tons and tons and tons of people on it. It's actually kind of funny because most of my friends are on it. And Kathy did very nice at putting her sticker on the back.
There we go.
Okay.
Good job. That's number
403. Excellent. Ryan, can you do me a favor? Will you go down and hit the air conditioner just like 1 degree? Okay. So whoever has 408, it gets Hank's copy of his book, 49 Stupid Things People Do with Business Cards and How to Fix Them. 408. Do you, Mike? Awesome. There you go, boss.
Autograph this one for me?
I will do that.
He would be happy to. Oh, look at that one wins. Next gets Hank's The Marketing Checklist. I haven't even seen this yet.
This is a new book.
This is a brand new book.
Dude.
This was number 1 on Amazon, wasn't it?
It was like all over Facebook for like 3 weeks.
You know what?
You must have been busy.
I was out.
Vegas.
Okay, 420. Is that Ryan?
I think so.
Awesome, boss. Give him a hand, you guys. Let's go. Because he did absolutely nothing to get that book but show up.
Really?
I don't know why, but I am totally using this as my mobile phone demonstration every time. I don't know why I did it. Okay, we got an OMG bag. Oh, this is cool.
That stands for Our Marketing Guy.
OurMarketingGuy.com is Hank's marketing company.
Can we trade in the book for that?
No, you cannot. That's why I put your ticket back in. 400. Yes. Is that you? We got the master manifesto up here. Okay, so I have a couple of. I have a copy of a book I wrote a while ago. 410.
Yep.
You have like 9 copies of this, don't you?
Yep.
I know you're gonna have to give it. You're gonna sign it to somebody else, I'm sure. Okay.
Oh, well done, Helen.
Helen, she did absolutely nothing to win that, but show up. So I have a CD. That we sell when I'm on stage in front of a big group, and normally it sells for $1.97 or $97, depending if I have to pay promoters. So this is a great CD to listen to on your way to a networking event. It kind of goes through how to generate referrals at a networking event.
Wow, my mom loved it.
That's $1.97.
If I can get people's mom to love it, then I win.
Yeah, not about
403. Oh, you're like a serious winner over there. I love it. Double winner. Okay, so I now have, and again, I need to put this under asterisks. Disclaimer that DeMar did a CD series a few years ago on how to get to senior manager in 90 days or less. I'm going to tell you, with an asterisk, 95% of the content is completely still accurate. There is 5% of the content that was based on old pricing, old stuff. Okay? So, concept rather than details. Got it?
So, Michael, if you win this...
I didn't. Don't somebody write me and go, yeah, but he talked about a customer was $31 instead of $39.
Oh my God.
I will simply say, let's go to the clip. Where you get to see my disclaimer. Okay? So we have 3 winners.
Nice.
3 winners on this. 405, 418, and 414. Oh, all 3 of you, awesome. Coolio.
Yay.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. I'll text you anyways.
Excellent. Yeah, please.
Derek Casey, you listen to this on the way home.
Yeah, exactly. So for the last few minutes, Maurice, I want to have Maurice come on back up here. Maurice, grab a mic.
Yep.
And what I want to do for the last few minutes before we let you go is I want to talk just a tiny bit about social media, and then just have a conversation with, oh, you know what we're going to do? I want to give away 2 tickets to the evening with Jordan.
Ooh.
Okay? Let's do that.
Rumble.
Okay, so here are the 2 winners. 406 and 419.
Close. Paula was 419. Paula had to leave.
Must be present to win.
Then she gave her ticket to Sharon.
Perfect. Sharon wins. Excellent. So we just see Janine. We'll get you guys on the list. Okay. So
Janine. Sharon. SHARY.
Let's talk about social media for a second. Did any of you hear the call I did on Wednesday about social media? Yes. A couple of you? Okay. For whatever reason, that call is like going ballistic bananas. And I think the reason it's going ballistic bananas is because it really touched home for a lot of people. I want to talk about the main Facebook group, and I want Maurice to be back up here just in case you want to add stuff in terms of messaging. But here's the thing. As a group, as a collective unit, we are messing this Facebook group up beyond repair. And if we don't, as a collective group, change tact with it very, very quickly, we are going to have a serious problem on our hands and are going to shut the group down. Okay? So here's the deal. Customer service does not read the Facebook group. What? I know. So when we ask questions that are clearly customer service related, they don't ever see it. And then what happens is some of us that think we know what's going on go in and answer the questions. And what happens is we're wrong. Right? We're wrong. Because here's the deal. Customer service goes through training every single day. So when they come in the morning, they have a daily debrief of everything that's going on in the company that's changing in that day. They are up to the minute educated on what happens. But what happens is that Patty Joe comes in and says, the phone app's not working. Does anybody else have problems with the phone app? Nobody that has any power to fix the problem sees it. None. Zero. Zip, zip, nada. And Steve and Vanessa, even though they are in the Facebook group adding stuff, they are not sitting there with their notepads writing all of the problems. So please, the first thing is, I'm begging you, if it's a customer service thing, 801-463-3800. Or do the chat and talk to Jen.
Chat's awesome.
The chat is awesome. What happens is we've gotten lazy and we try to collapse any efficiency, so we just think, oh, we'll go on Facebook. There's somebody that knows. Blah, 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 blah. And then what happens is somebody gives wrong information, and then 3 comments later, that right comment might be hidden, or the problem gets solved and the person never takes the Facebook post down, and now it breeds this whole thing. Like there's one you guys have probably all seen, the stupid pause in the element thing, right? Anybody else following that? It's driving me crazy. So here's the deal. This is how I post in that Facebook group. I post as if I have the next Jordan Adler with credit card out, ready to sign up and come aboard, and he says to me, hey, I want to go in the Facebook group and see what the chatter is. And if I go in that Facebook group, the question is, if he's looking over my shoulder, is he going to join or is he not going to join? If what I'm going to post makes him closer to join, I'm going to post it. If it makes it so that there would be any question, I ain't going to post it. I'm going to go figure it out on my own. Every time we do something in that group that's negative, that beats something up, asks a question that then is open for interpretation, we mess it up.
Yep.
We mess it up, you guys. We got to get back to, it's about what? Them. It's about the audience. We're in the deal. Right now, I know you have to be an MD to be in that group, but I'm just begging you to please keep the messages clear. When somebody joins your team, put their picture in there. Celebrate them. When you have a customer in a scenario come up that you have a win or you have an example for, put it in there. Right? But what happens is sometimes we put messages in there, we ask questions or we respond to things, and the way Facebook works, in case you don't know, is each comment shows 3 comments, and everything else shows under previous comments. Okay? So what happens, all these comments are coming through the Facebook post, and Mary's in there, and she reads a comment that was done 4 days ago, and she's like, that person's stupid. So she writes, you're stupid. The second she hits comment, what happens to the post? It goes right back to the very top of the entire Facebook group. So what happens is people are commenting on things that are problems and issues that were taken care of a month ago. Even if you just write, that problem was taken care of. Bam, all the way to the top. Now people started reading it, they add comments, all the way to the top. Right? There are ways to get your questions answered that don't involve giving out wrong information. You will never see me, and most of you, I don't think any of you have ever seen me answer a question in that Facebook group that has to do with anything that customer service could answer. I don't want to be wrong. And more importantly, I don't want Maria, who's not joined yet, to see something that might be wrong. Because then what happens is she says, oh, but I saw in that Facebook group that there's a $31 customer account. Do we have a $31 customer account?
No. Only
No.
marketing distributors.
No, we don't. So what happens is somebody that's brand new might go, oh yeah, or somebody that maybe was engaged 2 years ago and doesn't know that we changed stuff goes, oh yeah, of course we do, no problem. Where does that whole post go? Top. This is so powerful, so powerful. Anything you want to add, Maurice, from a messaging standpoint?
Well, I think a good post you could put, and here's practice for your verbal business card. Remember that one element of the benefit story? Here's a perfect thing to do and to drive more. I'm a big believer in tagging within a comment. Excuse me?
Tagging within a comment?
Yes, I tag within a comment. So in other words, I'm in the group and it says, hey, what'd you do today, or whatever it is. I start typing and I try to think, okay, how can I creatively put people's names in there? So I said, hey, today I spent the day, and then I put the @ symbol, Casey, and then it gives me the whole laundry list. I pick Casey's name. It gets in highlighted blue. What does that do? It gives him a notification that I'm talking about. Traction. So now, if you have a benefit story, it says, hey, I just I was recently talking to Matilda. You highlight Matilda, and this is how she's using SendOutCards. You do that. Now, Matilda noticed that you talked about her. You're of service to the organization, and you just keep this messaging machine going, right? And SendOutCards is the gas, right, to the engine. And what do we want to do? Keep that thing spinning faster and faster. So, and here's a great way to start practicing benefit stories. Benefit stories. Remember a story, somebody using the system, using the product, and how they benefited from easy for me to say. What she said.
How it worked. There's something in the microphones. Some in the microphones today.
Yeah, that's what it is.
At the end of the day, you guys, if we as a collective group help each other to make this wheel start spinning faster and faster, everybody wins. So I'm just going to suggest that when you're using Facebook, post your wins in that Facebook group. Hey, I talked to a banker today, and you know what? They came up and said compliance was an issue. Here's how we got around it. Not, I only talked to a banker and they wanted to know about compliance. Who's dealt with compliance before? Now you have all these people start responding in a way that's, trust me, you do not want to get into a compliance conversation. Nor do your brand new people. Okay? Yes, Dean?
I'm just going to throw out that from a leadership perspective, it's the same thing. Positive in public, negative in private. If you just stick to that philosophy, everything will just fall right into place.
Negative upline, positive downline.
Yep, exactly. Sharon?
The other thing that I've done, because there are some people that post some really great stories in that group, and I have it set so that my notifications of those stories come to my email box. So I save them in a SendOutCards folder. So if I am with a prospect and they want to see some of those, and for some reason I don't have internet access, I can still pull it up on my phone because I have those messages saved.
Yeah, I'm
yeah. It's Sharon's got it exactly right. I love writing down stories. I think I was saying to Mary at the break, anytime you have ideas, write them in a journal or write them in an email to yourself. So that way when you're talking to somebody that's like a real estate agent, you can go, hey, you know what? Before I go meet with this real estate agent, let me go into my journal and look at all the things that we talked about, how it could benefit a realtor. Right? Yes?
There's also the magnifying glass, so within the Facebook group, you can search realtor and see if other people put up things. So if you're going in to meet with a realtor, you can see other people's success stories.
Exactly. You guys use it as a resource because look, if we all go out and share SendOutCards, we're all in the business of SendOutCards in here, almost all of us. Here's the deal. If we help our customers, our stage what? 3. Keep this engine going. Are we going to have more customers come on board? Yes. Are we going to have more reps come on board? Yes. If we have more customers come on board, what happens to 1% of their volume? Exactly, and I get paid on it. Thank you. I want you guys to think about the power of this. So, you know, I said to Hank at lunch, I said, look, I'm so glad you did those numbers because I had never thought of those numbers in that term before. But if I can sign up a restaurant and all I have to do is, my brain works in it, I want to see it on paper, right? But if I know that and now I can go bring on 12 restaurants at 1,000 people doing 12 cards a month, and I know that equates to $100,000 a year, I also know that's going to put more money in the pool. You guys. The pool is profit. It's pure profit. And if you let me say this. No one is in your organization or on your team should ever outproduce you. You set the pace. Nobody in my organization, and I think we have about 1,000 at this point, nobody in my organization will ever outproduce me. They won't. I'm that confident because the minute I see somebody that comes close, it drives me harder. Right? So Mike, whose office this is, he comes close. Right? It's huge, you guys. You gotta lead. You gotta be the driver of this deal. Does that make sense? Yes. It's like, look, we're throwing this, there's 30 of us here on Good Saturday, right?
Resurrection Saturday.
Resurrection Saturday, or whatever. You know, Saturday. Too long. But here's the scoop. It's awesome that you all are here. It's awesome. I could not be more thrilled and excited. I literally thought it was going to be like Maurice and I and a couple of people sitting around a table. You'll notice some of you got here early, realized that the tables were set differently. Right? Because I had set the tables for 15 people this morning. Quickly, we did a shuffle. That's awesome. But if everybody in this room had brought just one guest with them, we wouldn't fit in this room anymore. That's the power of leverage. If next month, when Jordan comes here, It's very easy for some of you to put April 30th on your calendar and say, you know what, April 30th is going to be awesome, I'm going to go listen to Jordan. And if you've never listened to Jordan, you better put it on your calendar. If you've listened to Jordan, you know the power that he has. He did this thing in Vegas I'm going to make him do here. That was awesome. It was awesome. He does a whole yardstick thing. That was awesome. Let me just finish this thought, please. Is very easy to say I'm going to come up there and listen to Jordan on the 30th. If you want to build a business, you will get in your car and you will drive and go and pick up 5 or 6 people and get them here to listen to Jordan. Let us do the heavy lifting for you. It's why I will get in my car and drive to Las Vegas every week. Right? I feel like I have a show in Vegas every Tuesday, Right? They're letting me do the hard work. All I do is, for me, I do what's easiest and comes best to me. I throw up a PowerPoint, I get to talk about how amazing this tool is. They get to have people come and they bring a ton of guests. We're signing up almost every single guest that comes there. So that's all I'm suggesting is it's awesome that we're here, but take advantage of the meetings and let the meetings and the energy provide. I mean, Maria, isn't the energy in here awesome?
Yeah.
She's like, yeah. I'm in already, for crying out loud.
Why do you want my 16 digits twice?
You know, Neil even said, Neil said to me at break, Neil is my guest today. I went and sat down with him. We talked about his insurance business. I snapped a picture. I sent it with the phone app. He went, that's really cool. He came on board as a customer. He said to me at break, you know, even after you and I sat down, I had no idea that this does what it does. I'm not making any of it. It's exactly the words to me, where you pull me aside and just like, I had no idea. Let the group and the energy and the conversation you guys are having at breaks and at lunches and all that stuff work to your advantage. You know, how cool is it when you get to walk up here and you get a trophy and you've got a guest in the room that's now watching you get a trophy? It's huge. Does that make sense?
But not the trophy. It's not going to be.
The trophy's not.
Trophy's kind of
It's the mocking trophy. It's the MT.
Yeah,
that's what I think we should start calling it. I got my mocking trophy. Do you?
Yeah.
Awesome, Maurice. Do you have any final thoughts before we roll
Great
this?
meeting. Great meeting.
Awesome. So you guys, I want to just one more time go through, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give us the opportunity. So here's what we're going to do with Jordan and Steve and next Super Saturday. You guys see the power of this meeting, right?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. We got to grow. We got to grow out of this room. We got to be in giant hotel rooms. And if you want to get really good and irritated, I'll tell you what you do. On a Thursday evening, get in your car and go to the Beverly Garland Hotel and just sit in the bar. You know what happens at Thursdays at the Beverly Garland Hotel? That would be the Amway meeting that takes place every week on a Thursday night. And they put about 1,000 people in the room every Thursday night in suits and ties talking about Amway. You want to even get more irritated? Go out to the Airtel Hotel on the 3rd Saturday of every month, and you can watch the 3,000 Herbalife people show up. Are those businesses harder than ours to build?
Yes.
Look around. We were with 27 people. That's unacceptable. Can we agree?
Yes.
Okay. So, we have a couple of meetings. We have Maria. Mary has a meeting up in Valencia that takes place every Monday night. If you're interested in that meeting, talk to her. She can get you set up. They run it through Meetup. We have Kathy who runs it in Las Vegas. And if you have guests or something and you want to send them out there, you can get with her. In this room every Wednesday night at 6 o'clock, we do a meeting in here. It's hard for me because I come back from Vegas on Wednesdays. I do my 5 o'clock call from here. And then I do right into a meeting here at 6 o'clock. I'm very committed to helping all of us grow this business. I really am.
You know what? Now I do like to make a comment.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, no, because this is, you just said something. Did you hear Casey's schedule?
Yeah.
All right, and I know that he's kind of drilling this into you, but now let a third party make notice of this. Him and Bruce drive out to Vegas on Tuesday, does the event for Kathy. Then he's here on Wednesday, helping Mary set up Santa Clarita. Is Casey committed to your success?
Yes.
Right. Now,
I just want you to put customers in so I get paid.
Yeah.
No, that's not correct. He's just having fun with you. Because I know Casey. He's interested, and this is why I work with this gentleman. He is genuinely interested in your success. Am I right, Mayor? Am I right? Yeah. He's genuinely interested. I've been in this field, you know, talking from a room, motivational selling products, and people, again, like I say, they see you, and all they see above your head is a dollar sign. That's it. I have some people that they say, Maurice, every time I look at somebody, I see $3,000. I see $10,000. Casey sees a relationship. So I have to agree with Casey. If you go to all these events, it's a little embarrassing for us. So I'm going to highly recommend that, hey, Casey has the commitment for you guys. Now it's time for reciprocation. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
And this is, thank you. When I really, that whole speech I was sitting there, I was like,
oh,
yeah, right? It was like perfect. Here's the scoop. You guys, so I don't know how we're going to price the evening with Jordan at the next Super Saturday. Super Saturday is going to be $15 just because we pay for lunch. I will tell you ahead of time when there are guests in the room and stuff and we charge MDs $15, I can tell you that we lose money on it every single time because we don't pay for the room, but even by the time you add everything, we lose money. That's okay. I'm totally fine with that. The evening with Jordan, we will probably charge 10 or $15 for it, depending if we move rooms or not. Okay. However, here's what I'm going to do. If you today, before you leave here, know that you're going to come to one or both of these meetings, sign up with Janine. Sign up with Janine, or give Janine your email address with PayPal, and I'll send you a PayPal invoice, and you can pay it. But we'll just do these two events for $20. Okay? So that'll be like 5 and 15. It'll be $20 for both. Don't come, give it to a guest. Right? There are no refunds, there are no transferability. It's $20 for crying out loud. Okay? But this is that a fair deal? We can just get that done. We can just get that done today. So if you want to do that, you can talk to Janine afterwards, and we'll get we'll get you all taken care of. I want to thank Janine for coming in and helping out. Bruce, thank you for doing all of this. I want to thank Ryan. I want to thank Ryan for doing all the sound and everything. I want to thank Dean for doing the presentation. I really want to thank Maurice for taking time out of his being out on tour and getting ready for his intensive next weekend to come and join us. Like I said, if you want to join him next weekend and talk to him, he can get you all set up. And I know that I can tell you I watch him sell tickets from the stage at other events, and the event is usually $700 to go. Is it?
700, but I got like a handful of tickets left, 97.
It's $97, which basically doesn't even help him cover the cost of the room, and he only has a few tickets left for next weekend. So I watch him sell tickets for $700, and I can tell you this: it is worth way more than $700. It is. I mean, look at it. Hey, you got the nods going up here. There are people that have been there and know it. So you can talk to him, and he'll be able to take you up. I also want to thank. Oh, is Anson still here?
No. They had to leave early.
Anson came out from Vegas. I want to thank Kathy and Robert for coming in from Las Vegas as well. Awesome, you guys. Next group I want to thank are all the MDs that are here. You guys, I want to thank you for being here and really helping provide a platform for the guests to get to know us and get to know our culture and our family, and really just taking the time to be here and send out cards. This thing is a rocket ship that's fueled, it's gassed, we got it on the launching pad, the launching thing is down, it's literally like inches off the ground. It's our job to get underneath this thing and shove it up, and shove it into space. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a ton of people doing this. This business is really easy because we serve customers. We serve the audience. We serve our team and our organizations, and we serve the global movement of changing it from a negative world to a positive world. So I want to thank you guys for doing that. The group I want to thank the most are the guests. I want to thank you guests for a second. I know what it's like to get that phone call that says, hey, I got something I want you to take a look at. Come to this strange room with a bunch of strange people and you're going to be shown circles and squares, and you're going to be talked to, and I just want to thank you for having the trust in whoever invited you here that you showed up. I think it's just a testament to who you are as people and as potential entrepreneurs with inside the SendOutCards system. We'd love to have you join us. If it's not right for you, totally understand. We'd love to have you come back. You're more than welcome to come back, and anything we can do to help you build your business outside of SendOutCards, we're happy to do. We'd love to have you come on board as marketing distributors and help us grow this thing and be one of the people under this rocket ship, shoving it up. So, yes.
I just want to say, Patty here was referred to me as a text client from another previous client this year.
Mm-hmm.
So now she's my text client, and now look where I'm at.
Exactly. CPA, client. Client says you're going to come look at this. She's looking at it.
And to complete my store notary signing, not only that person became a client, it's notary, she's also my tax client.
There you go. This grows businesses, you guys. We're changing the world. So I want to just give the guests a huge round of applause. Thank you. Awesome. So,
really quick, is that June 5th or 6th? That's a Friday, June 5th.
I thought I just looked at it. So June 6th.
It's a Saturday's one, right?
Okay, so these are the three big ones. Although I got to put this here for purposes.
Is June 6th Super Saturday?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's how we'll do this. April 30th is Jordan. May 9th will be our Super Saturday. That will give us about 8 days to cut off of Jordan, get those folks get started, and have them bring guests into Super Saturday. I'm going to say that right now these will both be in this room unless we outsell it. We can only fit 50 people in this room max. Then we'll go to a hotel. So, yes.
I have a silly question. Who's Jordan?
That's a great, no, that is an absolutely phenomenal question.
Why the hell do I want to see Jordan?
Exactly. It's a great question. Okay, so, no, it's a great question. I can see this. I think this is great because the guests are sitting here going, who the hell is Jordan? Why do I care? I get it. Stephanie's brand new, so, you know, why does she care? Jordan is one of the highest paid network marketers in the history of network marketing. He's our #1 income earner inside of SendOutCards. 90% of the entire SendOutCards company is in his organization, and he is an amazing, phenomenal guy to listen to. He has one of the top-selling books in network marketing in the history of network marketing globally. He travels around the world. He's our top income earner, and he is an amazing speaker.
And he's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
With a lot of information.
Yeah, he's awesome. It will blow you away being here with him. So thank you, Stephanie. That's actually a great question. I take for granted that he's one of my best friends, so I'm like, oh, come listen to my best friend. Nobody cares. They're like, right? So yes, Penny.
I was going to ask, do you know what time April 30th?
April 30th, I will say, is going to probably be 6. We want it 6 or 6:30? 6:30. Bam. It's Thursday.
It's Thursday, April 30th.
Thursday, 6:30. Okay? So with that, you guys, I'll stick around if you have questions or whatever. If you want to grab tickets to April 30th and May 9th, talk to Janine. She'll get you set up. If you want to do a PayPal thing, I'll send you that PayPal link. If you want to do check, cash, credit card, whatever, that's cool over there. If you want to talk to Maurice about his workshop, go chat with him. If you guys want, anybody wants to go to Vegas on Tuesday, it looks like I will be going to Vegas as well. So with that, you guys, huge round of applause.